properties. And I know that the Army Corps of Engineers has been very careful about where this is going and how it's being separated and where it's being placed. And if you would be so kind, what is being separated and where is it being placed and what kind of hazard is that creating in another area?
Yeah, so many different waste streams, and I'll walk through them. In total, there's around 17 different facilities here in Southern California that we're utilizing for the disposal of these waste streams. All been certified by Cal Recycle, LA Sanitation, and other associated regulatory agencies here in California who have been great partners in helping us alleviate the public health threat. All this waste right now is in an uncontrolled environment, and the goal is to get it into controlled environments regulated by the state of California. That's the goal. The different types of debris that we do have asbestos contaminated materials. They go to a specific facility. They are bagged separately on site, transported in accordance with all standards to a separate asbestos receiving facility. You do also have concrete and metals that we wash on site as we collect them from a house. So in the Palisades fire area, as an example, Temescal Canyon Road, the city of Los Angeles was incredibly gracious. Early in this process, we identified that as just a vital stretch of a artery coming right out of the Palisades, by which we have set up now, which is essentially a recycling facility there, where we consolidate both concretes and metals. So there'll be some drone shots, I'm sure, that'll be out there, and some other pictures, but we have a concrete crushing plant there. We have a metal baler there. So we're washing both of those materials. We crush the concrete, we bale the metal, and then we're able to keep a lot of trucks off the road because that decreases the amount of volume per truck. And then both the crushed aggregate, or the rock, the concrete, is now an aggregate that you can use in the construction supply system here in Southern California. It goes right back into the supply system. Same thing with the metals. Goes to a metal recycling facility. There's several of them here in the Los Angeles area that we utilize. So asbestos goes one direction, metals and concrete primarily get crushed and baled on that site, recycled, reused. We do have green waste as well. So some of those periphery trees that are assessed as hazardous, those would be collected, they would be chipped, and they would be taken to a green waste facility to receive those materials. And then finally, which I think most people are concerned about, and rightfully so, is the fire ash debris, which tends to be not necessarily weight-wise, but bulk-wise, the predominance of the materials coming off the property. So when we collect all material on the property site, we utilize what we call the wet method. So there is a water trailer, a hose, it almost looks like a fire hose, and during the entire collection process, we are constantly spraying on the material to keep it saturated and wet and down, so you don't have particles entering the air. We collect that fire ash debris, we put them in Super 10 dump trucks licensed by the state of California that are lined with a very heavy plastic liner. And then when that truck is full of that wet fire ash debris, it is then wrapped with that plastic liner with a secondary tarping put over it, and then an automatic tarp that comes on top of that as well. And it's transported to different facilities in Southern California that are regulated for that type of waste streams. And so that methodology that I just described and that process has been refined really over the last 20 years. Refined over several wildfires here in California, in Hawaii, on the island of Maui, and it's really coming from a couple decades of lessons learned on how to best collect this material, transport the material, and then ultimately dispose the material in accordance with California regulations. So that's how it is done.
Along those lines, I mean, similar to Lahaina, which is a flat area, however, right next to the ocean, Palisades are hills right next to the water, and there's been a lot of concern about contamination of the water. How is that being mitigated when you are using water, but you're also hopefully gathering up all these materials? Is there some sort of downstream protection mechanism to protect the waters off Malibu?
Yeah, so for every single property that we collect materials on, we do what's called erosion control, and you're trying to capture some of the water conveyance that you just described. So you will see along all the properties that we work on, there's these wattle structures filled with organic wood fibers that lines the perimeter of the property when we're done. We also spray what's called hydromulching on top of it. It stabilizes the soil. So you're trying to keep soils and waters contained on the site when we're complete. So that site obviously retains its integrity. In terms of, in general, runoff, I mean, there's no doubt that the material that we have now has been on site through a couple different rain systems, and I think that's why it's most important that we expedite everything we can do to move faster with quality and safety as our guiding lights to collect this material as quickly as you can to get it from an uncontrolled environment to a controlled environment.
And I would imagine also to help with the potential of mudslides with any kind of additional rains.
Certainly.
All right, so what happens when the Army Corps of Engineers leave? I mean, do you have a deadline? How long are you going to be here?
So the president gave us a deadline of January of 26, which is
Okay.
again unprecedented for this kind of this expansive of a disaster in terms of the response rate and then the totality of our response. It's certainly the fastest one that we're going to experience in the Corps of Engineers, and we've done everything we can to expedite everything. And I'll try to just give a few numbers. I can get out of control with numbers,
You can say anything you want.
but I appreciate that. So right now, if you look at Pacific Palisades, unincorporated areas in the city of Malibu, the goal early on was by April, we need to be clearing over 35 parcels per day. We have 78 crews as of yesterday doing the bulk debris removal. That will go to over 100. What we have is we have a 7-day average right now in March where we've already exceeded the 35 parcels per day.
Good.
In fact, our record was just this last Saturday of 45 parcels in one day, and that'll soon be eclipsed. If it wasn't eclipsed yesterday or today, it'll be eclipsed this week because we're ramping up our capacity to collect. So your goal is to get above, if you can get above 40 a day, which we will, April and May become your decisive months when we look at the fire impact area. You do 40 a day, you do 1,200 in a month. You do 1,200 a month, you do 2,400 in the months of April and May combined. By the end of this month, we'll have over 800 complete. That gets you to 3,200 parcels cleared that have been given to the government and the Corps of Engineers to execute. You do that, and we believe we'll have in and around with all the different opt-outs when people make their elections. I don't know my denominator, so it's hard to say percent complete. When I say denominator, I don't know how many total parcels that we're going to actually work. But if we assume that that's going to be a total of 5,000, you're well over 60% by the end of May.
Okay.
And the goal is to be over 60% complete with known properties that we have to work by the end of May, and then have PCH cleared as well. And we're rapidly working on PCH because of all the different environmental considerations. It's a very, very challenging problem set working on PCH. It's a vital artery for our operation. We're moving hundreds of trucks every day on PCH, simultaneously removing debris while utilities and the county do work on the road. So we have to synchronize that. So I would like to say in this interview for folks, I know it's frustrating with the restrictions on PCH now. We're doing 850 trucks a day. That's going to get to 1,200 trucks a day. We are going to strain the system. We won't break the system, but it won't be comfortable because we're trying to move fast. And maintaining PCH as it is right now so we can work, I think is critical to our operations. Again, April and May, to get to a point when you get post-Memorial Day weekend and you come into the Palisades or along PCH in June, it looks like a different world. And so that's the goal, and that's to expedite everything. And when you look at those percentages, say it is 60%. Again, I don't know how many houses we're going to do, but say it is 60% complete. Well, I know a lot of folks would say, well, you're going to be done then by the end of July. If you just linearly extrapolate that, that's probably correct. But the challenge is always in a disaster like you have some significant legal challenges with ownership disputes on properties, disputed ROEs. You may have some severe engineering challenges. So a lot of the lower percentage of properties that we're going to work, they'll string out a little bit because it's legal or potentially engineering challenges. So we will be here for 2025, and we'll be complete by January of 26. But it won't look like the problem is still there largely by summertime as we work those challenges individually.
And once you have done your job and you have done what the Army Corps of Engineers can do, does that mean construction can begin? Does that mean that re-permitting can take place? Does that mean that the property is now reasonably in a position to start moving towards the build versus the recovery?
Excellent question. The short answer is yes. The rebuild process is not under the purview of the Corps of Engineers.
Sure,
What I will tell you, though, is that I've heard all of our partners from LA County Public Works or the different municipalities, to include LA City, unincorporated county areas, and the city of Malibu. I've heard them say is, start your building permits now. Start with your architectural designs now. Start selecting your builders now if you so choose. And you can simultaneously, as we're working debris removal, start the process towards the rebuild. So I have no doubt that there's going to be construction in the Palisades or in Malibu while we're still removing debris. There's construction activities just now starting as we're still moving debris. Wow. So I would say it's not necessarily, this is not a sequential solution for folks. We're working everything overlapping. Phase 1, we overlapped with EPA, and phase 2 will certainly be overlapped with rebuild processes.
You've been doing this for decades. You said 27 years in this particular role. What did this particular project teach you? What have you learned? Because has this been work as usual, or has this been unorthodox enough that you have taken lessons from this that you will use in the remainder of your work across the world?
All right, that's an excellent question. I think for me personally, I've spent a lot of time overseas, and many times the Army, when we're overseas, we certainly always work with partners, but things tend to be a little bit easier because you don't necessarily need to build consensus for the different problem sets that we have overseas. We can drive a solution and maybe not have to rely so much on partnerships. When you come to a community in the United States, for the most part, I'm not from Southern California. Most of our employees are not from Southern California that are working here. So we are strangers, we are guests of Southern California. So if you don't make those partnerships, if you don't understand how the community works and build those strong relationships, you absolutely cannot accomplish this mission. And I will say, and I could go through a litany of different organizations, governmental agencies here in Southern California, but they have been, without an exception, very accommodating and very understanding of the governor's order to expedite everything, and they've been fantastic. That's at the local level, state level, and certainly our federal partners that are involved in this as well. And I think that the partnership pieces of this is key. And I will say, and that's why coming on shows like this is critically important for us, the most important partner is the affected communities. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really is. We cannot perform our mission without communicating with those homeowners that lost their homes in those communities, because it's those informal leaders and homeowners associations and churches that have their members in the community. We reach them, we're able to communicate to them, answer their questions directly, get out there in the field. I think that's what moves us along faster, because then people feel comfortable making an election to go with the federal government or not, go with the Corps of Engineers or not.
Well, you've mentioned the website a couple times, but for clarity, if people, because it's an ever-changing scenario, updates, et cetera, what's the best approach? What's the best website for people to reach out?
That's recovery.lacounty.gov.
Okay.
And I like to say, because a lot of folks right now have insurance questions, they have a really good insurance page on there that's gonna walk you through that much better than I did.
This has been literally fascinating, incredibly informative, and I so appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Colonel Saucer, for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
And that's a wrap on this LA Currents.
everyone. Welcome to Day 9 of the Budget Committee's deliberations on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Hutt.
Here.
McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez.
Present.
5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Today we're here to consider the Chief Legislative Analyst's report. This report is the product of weeks of hearings, hundreds of pages of memos, nearly 10 hours of public comment, hard conversations with departments, and many difficult but necessary decisions by this committee. I want to start by thanking our CLA, Sharon So, and her team. Over the past week, they've worked closely with our general managers through the weekend and late nights and long calls to bring forward a proposal that keeps essential services operating, avoids deeper disruptions, and gives us a path forward. At our last hearing, I made it clear that this committee was not interested in just tweaking around the edges of the mayor's proposed budget. That would have been easier, but it would have been a disservice to the people we serve. Instead, we asked the CLA to take a different approach. We focused on preserving core city services. We looked for new revenue. We looked for ways to save positions, not for the sake of job counts only, but to make sure the departments can still do the work our constituents need them to do for their quality of life and to address our responsibilities and our liability obligations. The result is a proposal that cuts the number of layoffs by more than half. To be clear, this report saves nearly 1,000 jobs. It restores important services that had been reduced or eliminated. The mayor's proposed budget would have nearly eliminated our ability to keep our streets clean. This committee will be able to restore 5 full days of Care and Care Plus services to all council districts and restore 43 positions in sanitation for illegal dumping that would have otherwise been cut. The proposed budget eliminated over 100 traffic safety officers. We're able to restore 77 of them while maintaining all of our crossing guards. The proposed budget would have pushed street lighting repairs to a 2-year turnaround. We're able to keep repair timelines at current service levels, which are still not nearly fast enough, but 2 years is unacceptable and a direct impact on our public safety. This committee has also provided a roadmap to greater oversight of our homelessness spending through the creation of a Homelessness Oversight Bureau and important controls while we work to lower the cost per bed. We're also able to increase funding for the fire department, including funding for mechanics to repair LAFD vehicles, $80 million for new fire apparatuses, and investment in payroll integration software so our firefighters not only paid well, but paid on time and accurately. And we're able to restore 150 key civilian roles at LAPD, positions that are essential to the work our sworn officers do every day to solve crimes and keep us safe. There's still much more to do, and I want to be very direct with every general manager right now. A lot of what I just outlined and even more that is included in this report is based on your word. We listened to your recommendations on how best to budget for your operations, and we recognize that in many cases, you know better than anyone what your department needs. But we're counting on you. There are a lot of steps you will need to take to make this budget work, and the work doesn't stop today. In fact, this is really just the beginning. We're going to expect regular updates, and this committee will be doing regular oversight. We need to hear from you clearly and consistently on how implementation is going, what's working, and where additional direction may be needed. But this report, the CLA's report, reflects real progress from where we were on April 21st, and reflects the values this committee brought into the process from the beginning. So we're going to now walk through the CLA report page by page, colleagues. If you have a quick comment or question, please raise it as we go. If you'd like to suggest a change or flag something for deeper discussion, please call it special. We'll return to those items for discussion and a vote before we get through the report. Then at the end of the conversation about specials, we'll vote on the whole thing, which will be sent to full council next Thursday. I also want to be clear at the start that any changes that members want to make that add new spending must have an identified offset. I won't be offering any changes that create new expenditures, and I encourage my colleagues to seriously consider doing the same. With that, I'll turn it over to Sharon and her team to walk us through the report. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. First off, you must have read my notes here because, Chair, that was essentially my presentation. And so I almost want to say if there are any questions, but I will not do that. So what's before you is our CLA report with recommended changes to the proposed budget. As you indicated, there was a lot of public comment. We heard from the general managers, talked to city staff, colleagues across the city. Obviously, the proposed budget as presented is less than obligatory budget this year, and that's just where we're at. There's no way around it. Your committee took comments and heard about the far-reaching impacts to city services, the layoff of 1,600 positions, as well as the elimination of over 1,000 other positions. This committee took considerable time listening to the significant impacts to department operations, especially as it related to police civilians, the transportation department, planning department, ITA, general services, and the public works bureaus. Your committee gave us that direction to basically reprioritize the budget. And I have to say that one of the things that was done, and it hasn't been done ever for me in my time as CLA, was this committee actually took action to help identify funds at the outset, which I have never actually have had happen before. So really, this is about the effort that was put in collectively by this committee, as well as the assistance provided by the general managers and everyone in this room. There was real work made in trying to reduce the number of layoffs. I think that at the end of the day, as we take into account all of the attrition, all of the transfers and the swaps that are included in here, the identification of additional revenue that's was really identified by departments. I think we're going to be able to truly get that number down to less than 500. I'm hopeful of that. And at the end of the day, the number will be what it is. But there's going to be a lot of effort as we continue to do that work to identify places for people to transition to. The other thing I want to mention is that the PCH process, the prioritized critical hiring process that has been the bane of existence for, since its inception. We are proposing that it be eliminated, but in the meantime, we would propose that there be a transfer portal of sorts to allow departments to fill positions. It'll be process-driven as opposed to having a committee, and as long as departments follow the steps to fill those positions, they will be able to fill at will. But the most important thing right now is to ensure that we provide placement opportunities for any people who are potentially going to be laid off. So again, the restorations are made possible by the reprioritization of the proposed budget allocations within the budget. Any department that received a large increase, this committee looked at very carefully, and it really, layoffs should not be at the expense of new positions and expanded programs. So number one, that's where we went. In addition to that, we have to hand it to departments. They got super creative during this budget process, and we really thank them for working with our office to identify those funding swaps that allowed us to actually save a number of the positions within these departments. So we are maximizing that, as well as focusing in on revenues that have not, there are some fees in the city that have not been adjusted for a while, as well as parking meter rates. And so we are proposing that those be adjusted. And as a result of that, those will actually provide ongoing revenue to support the future year budgets. Unfortunately, we are recommending that you dip into the Budget Stabilization Fund. We know that the mayor's office actually left it intact, but the Budget Stabilization Fund, this is precisely what it was created for. It's in times during economic downturns. And so we would propose that those monies be withdrawn and transferred to the UB for mid-year adjustments. And in case they are needed, they will be available and we will be able to access them. In addition to that, with regard to the reserve fund, we are proposing that that be taken down to the 5% as required by policy. Again, the difference of that is approximately $80 million. Once again, that is more than likely going to be needed for the payment of liability claims during the year. So we would recommend that that be included in the mid-year adjustment line item. So again, the major changes in this CLA report focus in on transportation, public works, planning, general services, recreation and parks and the restoration of over 150 police civilians, the creation of a homelessness bureau within the housing department, an increased mid-year contingency to deal with the likely shortfalls that will be occurring. At the end of the day, this report provides a net change revenue of $57 million, net expenditure change of about $315 million, which is quite a large number. It reflects the number of restorations that are made to departmental budgets, as well as $186 million in offsets. And there are another $67 million in other changes. So, committee, this was a very challenging budget. There are going to be difficult choices. We're hopeful that, there will be some government support, but unlikely. But we're also hopeful that there may be some labor solutions along the way as well to avert any of the layoffs, which it would be ideal. We will also continue to explore other options during the budget year, but we are faced with a very uncertain economy, a risk of recession, federal policies, downward impact on local and state revenues. We're going to be facing some severe financial headwinds. So while we may be closing the hearings today, I have a feeling that this is going to be a very long budget season. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrea to walk you through the report page by page.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Andrea Galvin with the CLA's office. So if we get past the opening few pages where we summarize the changes that we made, we will be on page 1 of, which begins with revenue changes. The top of the page shows the mayor's proposed reserve fund and where that stood in the proposed budget, and then we go through the changes in revenue. This includes the withdrawal from the budget stabilization fund, and an increase in business tax in accordance with the Office of Finance's proposal. Page 2. These are licenses, permits, fees, and fines, property tax.
Andrea, can you bring the mic a little bit
Sure.
closer? So colleagues, if as we're going through this, there's anything you want to stop and ask a question about or pull, please go ahead and either raise your hand, or if I miss you, just speak up. Thank you.
Okay, so we're still on page 2. This is licenses, permits, fees, and fines, and property tax, and an instruction for the Raise LA Fund. And then page 3 of revenue changes is the Special Parking Revenue Fund. This is recognizing additional receipts from increased parking meter rates. And those are all the revenue changes. On to page 4. At the top of page 4, we have policy considerations. We can discuss this now as far as consolidations, transfers, and deletions. It is part of attachment A, where we've detailed the mayor's proposed budget, what our report does, and then what the committee should do, depending on which direction they want to take. So if you want, we can just go through the rest of the report, and then we'll get to that attachment later.
Perfect. Let's just go sequentially through it. Thank you.
Okay, so the rest of page 4, this is where expenditure changes begin. We start with the Department of Aging, Animal Services, where you see the reflection of the transfer of money from the unappropriated balance to the department, Building and Safety, and the Capital Finance Administration
Okay, it looks
Fund.
like Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much, Andrea. Quick question. Will the restoration of these positions ensure that no shelters close
I believe
for
that-
animal services?
I believe that was the intent of moving that money, yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay, on to page 5. The top of page 5, we're continuing with expenditures. Top of page 5 is CTIEP. This is reductions to some programs. This is related to Memo 82, and this will be reflected in attachment B that we can go over once we're done with the rest of the report. We also have the CAO and city clerk and civil human rights and equity changes. Page 6, the top is community investment for families, the controller, cultural affairs, Office of Finance, and finance and the unappropriated balance. Page 7, this is the fire department. The reductions that the committee recommended throughout the hearings are reflected here.
Can I just ask, I'd like to invite our Chief Administrative Officer, Matt Szabo, to the table for a few questions here. Andrea, you can go ahead and go through it, and then at the end, I'll ask Mr. Szabo a couple questions.
Sure, so as it's the next few pages that all the fire reductions that were recommended are laid out here, and there's also attachments B and D have further details on those reductions, as well as some of the places where we were able to restore in public safety areas because of these reductions.
Okay, thank you. Matt, because this report doesn't recommend adopting all of the new spending and new programs that the mayor's proposed budget includes, can you help us understand the impact on the overall budget for the fire department this year? Like, what's the overall, what are we talking about for the budget for the department?
Sure.
Year over year.
Based on the recommendations in the report, if you just give me a moment here. So the proposed budget included in the direct budget for the fire department, 923 million, just over 923 million, up from 819 million. So an increase of about 104 million. That was the proposed budget for the fire department itself. And then for the overall funding for the fire department, which included the increase to the vehicles and apparatus, about 1.04 billion. Based on the recommended changes in the report, the department budget would be at 895.5 million for an increase of 75.8 million.
And does that include vehicles and everything else?
No, if you include the vehicles, the total funding towards the fire department would be 1.01 billion, an increase of 46.7 million over fiscal 24-25.
Okay.
What's the total increase again?
If you're looking at the department budget alone, the total increase is 75.8 million. If you include all funding that goes to the fire department, including the funding for the apparatus, the funding increase is 46.7 million.
So there's a year-over-year increase of 40.
Of 46.7 million for all funding to the fire department. If you're just looking at the fire department's budget alone, without the apparatus that's in MICLA, that's not in the fire department's budget itself, the year-over-year increase is 75.8 million.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez, you have a question?
Yes, around the apparatuses, so you're saying that those are being paid through MICLA?
Correct, yes. There's 59 million or 60 million for fire vehicles and apparatus, and another 21.7 million for a replacement fire helicopter.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on fire? Councilmember McCosker.
Just to be super clear, thank you very much for that. Just to be super clear, so the mayor proposes a budget with a little over 100 million more for fire. We eliminate tentatively, but in the report, some of that. And the increase that we are putting into the fire department's budget is $75 million over last year.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this page? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it, but the one place, I mean, I look at all the increases and on the bottom of 7, we talk about, positions for maintenance and so if we did find any wiggle room, that would be where I would put it, which is the 2.4 million that would be for, maintenance of various equipment and everything, as we are increasing the equipment, and I do worry about the maintenance, but I don't have a place to put where to take that money from. So, but I'm just flagging it as sort of one of those things that would be very important to do if we could.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can all agree we'd like to see that work expanded. We just need to find money for it. And we'll keep it on our list if we can find savings. Anyone else on fire? Okay. Thank you. Yes,
Is it okay if I ask a question for page 6? Apologies.
sure.
Thank you so much. May I have CIFD at the table, please? Or the CCLA, however you, or whatever's easiest. But I want to know about, I'm going to ask about CDBG funds. So for the Survivor Services Program, it is my understanding that we have CDBG money that funds part of this work. So that means that we can't pay for that work with CDBG funds, correct? If some of it's already being used?
Yeah, the con plan was just recently released, like within the last couple of days, and we are going through it, but there is some money that is set aside for Survivor Services.
Beautiful, thank you. And I know that CDBG funds can't fund everything, correct? And we've tried to propose different programs, and some of them didn't qualify. But given that CDBG funds are able to be used for the Survivor Services Program, is it possible to use $1 million of that money towards Represent LA and instead backfill the difference with the CDBG dollars for Survivor Services to maintain service levels?
That is a policy question for you, but if there is savings in working with CIFD, if there is indeed that money available, then yes. So because this is general funded money, and if that's available, then yes, then it could be swapped out, and that actually could create some savings to be used for a different purpose.
Great, thank you so much. Yes, because we want to maintain both service levels for both programs. I'm not trying to take away money from anybody,
And
but if we
which-
can swap dollars, and that would be
Councilwoman, did you have a program in mind?
the Represent LA program. Thank you.
So this is something that would be called special that we could all vote on at the end, correct?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else on page 6 or 7? Okay, we're going to move to 8. Sorry, go ahead, Andrea. Take back over, please.
So 7, 8, and 9 continue the fire deletions and reductions. When we get to page 10, we are at GCP and the homeless budget. The bottom portion of this page are the decreases that the committee recommended as part of Memo 82. And at the top of the page, the changes that are made in the homeless budget, we are making corrections to the, I don't even know how to explain it. Can you help me explain this, Sharon?
Which one is this?
These.
Oh, this one, yes. So what happened was you gave us direction with regard to the interim housing funds that were included in the proposed budget. Basically, your instruction was to reduce the amount by $7 million and then divide it in half, placing half of the monies in the UB. As we looked at the proposed budget, we noticed that it needed to be corrected first before you can actually do that. So we attempted to make the corrections. It is shown in Exhibit C. And so basically, to make a very complicated spreadsheet simple, we added the revenue we recognized revenue that was coming in for the program. That totaled about $113 million. And so from that $113 million, we made a $7 million reduction in that amount. And then after making that reduction, then we cut it in half. And as a result of those actions, a total of $53 million would actually end up in the reserve fund, in the UB. The other $53 million would be appropriated within the budget and would be appropriated between the mayor's office and the CAO.
Thank you. Anybody have questions about this? Councilmember McCosker.
I had a question about a line under decreasing GCP. There's a entry for trade and commerce relations. I had asked during the hearing about whether that amount, .061, could be paid by the port. Is that something we looked into?
We did look into it. We asked if they had made any payments for this work before. According to the port, they could not find an expenditure for this, so it was a little unclear. There were no attempts to ask if they would pay for it from our office, or did somebody?
I think we were trying to seek an answer on that, but we didn't hear back whether it was an eligible expense to be paid by the port.
I would like to find out.
So I would like to ask Mr. Hale to respond to that. We did have a discussion about a couple of entries in the GCP that looked like that they could be funded by either the port or airports, and I know that the mayor's office was actively looking to see if that was possible.
We're still working on it, Councilmember McCosker. We didn't get a clear answer this week in order to have that included as part of the rack-up considerations. But if we're able to generate any savings at some point in the next few weeks, we can certainly revisit that in the new fiscal year.
Because it's a function that the port is engaged in with a team, day in and day out. I'm just wondering why we would have the same function, question one, and then question two, why would we have it funded through a different source to be repetitive?
Right. I completely understand your perspective, but we have to work that out with the port to make sure that it's eligible expenses included in that, so that they are not running afoul of their funders, either from the state or the federal government.
Okay, including the nexus to the Tidelands Trust Act.
Correct.
Which I believe it would be, since it's about navigation and foreign, international trade.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep going,
And
please.
I just wanted to highlight one thing before we move on from this page. At the bottom of the page, there is a restoration of partial funding to the GCP Additional Homeless Services line item. We recommend that $9 million be restored to be divided equally among all council districts. This year's allocation was $17 million, but we were able to restore a little more than half of that.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Chairwoman, apologies. I have one question for page 8.
Okay, let's
Thank
go
you.
back to 8.
I see that there's an instruction deleting one-time funding to purchase flight helmets and uniforms for firefighters, paramedics, and air operations staff. However, in Memo 84, it indicated that employers are required to purchase equipment for their employees. Does this proposed cut open us up to be in violation of state law and the MOUs referenced in Memo 84? If not, are we able to apply this to other departments for further savings?
How much is it?
I think that actually depends upon the MOU. So we're not your labor negotiators, but that's something that we can take down as a question. Can we get back to you on that?
Thank you, yes, because I think Memo 84 says we would save over $10 million in 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're on page 11. Oh, Councilmember McCosker.
I'm just going to come back to this issue. The trade and commerce relations, it's not insignificant amount. I'm just going to ask that rather than the 10% reduction, that we take the entire amount and put it in the UB until such time as we have the question answered as to whether or not the port can pay for trade and commerce relations that apparently is staffed out of the mayor's office, and have them work together. Thank you.
Mr. McCosker, Councilman, if we can just ask that to keep everything balanced here. I know you said move the entire amount to the UB, but would it be okay to move the amount remaining after the 10% reduction?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so we're on page 11, where we have GSD and a recommendation under Human Resources Benefits, HRB, to reduce unemployment insurance in as much as layoffs in the proposed budget will be reduced. Page 12, we start with ITA, and then we have Personnel Department. Page 13, this is the Planning Department.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Can you confirm whether the restored positions include those within the EJ unit, equity programs, best programs, central area community partners, and development services?
So between these entries here in planning and then in the section behind it under other, there's a lot of positions restored in planning. If you want a specific program, I think I would ask the planning department unless you know off the bat whether or not they've been restored.
I think the majority of those have been, but again, this budget, Councilwoman, was very, very complicated. There was like bits and pieces that were deleted and pulled out, and to just put it back all together, it was very difficult to track, which is why this was so complicated. But I think the vast majority of those have been restored back, but we would need to go pretty much line by line. And I don't think that we can do that
No, I
right now,
trust your
this moment.
assessment.
But
Thank you.
if we can get back to you, to the ones that you just outlined, if we can get back to you separately.
Of course.
Okay.
I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sure. Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much. During the hearings, we spent some time in this area where a lot of planning positions were proposed to be removed. One of the critical issues were these plans, these community plans, and I will also say the local coastal plan for Venice, where we had done so much work. And if we got to this point before adoption and lost these positions, that they would go stale and we would lose that work. I do see in the third diamond, which is great, the California Coastal Commission Local Coastal Plan Assistance Program is apparently funded. I want to know about whether or not we have staffing restored that would allow us to finish our community plans. And
At least the ones that were.
at least the
well
ones underway.
Vince, would you mind coming up? Can you answer that question?
Again, just to shape the question, a number of plans well underway, don't want to have them go stale. The Venice Local Coastal Program appears to be here, which is great. I want to know about the other community plans that are underway and whether they can continue.
Well, thank you very much, and we appreciate very much the work of the Budget Committee and the CLA. We've just have taken a look at it. We believe that the community plan positions have all been restored, the filled ones. So that would include the active community plans underway, as well as the local coastal program in Venice.
We think so too, and since Mr. Bertoni is here, perhaps he can answer Ms. Hernandez's question as well.
Again, this was a very high-level analysis that we did, but we do believe that what was removed was the environmental justice element, the Office of Racial Justice, and the wildlife study. I believe those positions were removed. And then in project planning, we only had, we believe, 2 removed, I believe. But yeah. And because the reason the question is, I believe that Councilmember Hernandez asked about project planning. So project planning, they were almost all restored, and that was very many positions. It was just -2, which is fine, which is going to be
Manageable. Okay.
The 2 in project planning are to be de minimis. We'll be able to move them around. The only ones in terms of programmatically would be environmental justice element, Office of Racial Justice, and wildlife.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else on page 13? Thank you. Okay, page 14. I have a question on this, but do you want to walk us through it first, Andrea?
Sure. Page 14 is the police department. We do show where we've reduced the sworn hiring in 25-26 from 12 classes of 40 to 6 classes of 40. We also see a reduction in the salaries general account based on a change in the starting number of civilian positions from the proposed budget.
Okay, I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the police department and ask some questions. I think the last thing most of us want is to reduce our police hiring, but we have to make it a priority to keep our filled positions, especially the critical staff working every day on the civilian side. As the CLA said, new spending and new programs shouldn't be funded by laying off employees who perform core city work. Despite the proposed reduction in police hiring, we'll still see a reduction of more than 400 police civilians, 200 police civilians. Can I ask the CAO to address this? What would be needed to restore the remaining 200-plus LAPD civilian positions? And do you see a way to prioritize restoring these positions in the coming months? So I guess this is a question for you, Matt. Mr. Szabo.
Okay, so the question is, what would be required to restore?
The 200 civilians that we're still looking to restore on the LAPD side.
To restore the civilians.
Correct.
That would require, and I'm sorry, it was 150, so
Pardon?
about 250.
Yeah, so it's about,
Yeah.
it'll probably be about 15, 16 million. There's 4 months in the budget for all of the 403 civilians that were potentially laid off. This restores about 160 of them in total. That leaves about 240 left times 65,000. That would be roughly necessary to fill the 8 months. It's probably about 15, 16 million, I'm guessing, about.
It would be, but in terms of since the goal of this budget is to solve the structural deficit, we would need to be looking at a structural solution of closer to 20 million. As it relates to the police hiring, the challenge, I'll just say, in the CLA report, there is no more significant a structural solution than the adjustment to sworn hiring, and it isn't close. And the reason for that is, although the report books 13.3 million in this current fiscal year, or the fiscal year of 25-26, as savings that can be applied to position restoration, the lower starting deployment number would yield a savings of at least 45 million in the subsequent year, and that structural savings facilitates the restoration of additional positions through some short-term one-time solutions. So if there was a desire to restore both the sworn hiring and the civilian hiring, it would upend the entirety of the report, because you'd need to be looking at solutions in the $60 to $70 million range.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, questions? Thank you. Okay. Anything else on page 14?
Then we have page 15 with the Board of Public Works. The Board of Public Works and Planning, which shows the transfer of the Office of Forest Management. And at the bottom, we have Public Works Contract Administration, and this is the adding of 5 positions for the hotel worker minimum wage ordinance.
Can I ask you about the Office of Petroleum Administrator? I see that it's restored and maintained in Public Works. I have a couple of questions. Is the funding for these positions dependent on realizing new franchise agreement revenues?
I don't believe so.
Current
I'm sorry,
franchise
it is.
agreements?
Somebody is saying yes. Oh, sorry, Matt's there. Matt says yes. I stand corrected.
Okay. Where are the revenues coming from to support these positions? It's from the new franchise agreements that are expected to be signed?
I'm going to ask Matt to come to the table. Another Matt.
Matthew Shade with the CLA. These revenues are partially coming from increasing the revenues from the current franchises, assessing late fees or fines for violations that the regulating staff are finding, and then also assumes renegotiation of the franchises if the staff are restored.
Okay, so I guess just want to put it out there. If it seems like this is dependent on new or renewed franchise payments that start a new clock for oil drilling and allow for continued use of the pipes underneath the land. I would like to see more discussion in committee as we're just receiving results of the Petroleum Administrator's amortization study. So I don't know, Sharon, what the best way to effectuate this is, but a little nervous about increasing fees for something we're trying to figure out how to phase out as a city.
Do you want to hold this item and, do you want to defer it? Do you want to put it all, well, these are ongoing positions, so if there is a desire not to go forward with the positions at this point, we can set it aside in the unappropriated balance, right, Matt?
This is for layoff avoidance, so
Right, so it would be, but we would have some time to resolve that between now and the beginning of the fiscal year.
I just think we want to have a policy discussion about, you know, the pros and cons of, and maybe we're not entering into new agreements, or maybe we're required to do it anyway, and if we're required to, then we should get those fees, but I think this is sort of a policy conversation that we should be having in committee.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the policy aspect and our goals of winding this down, but what I worry about, I want to make sure that we're not in a situation where by not renegotiating the franchise, we're stuck with something at a reduced price that we could have realized more revenue from. Without, you know, can we realize the revenue without adding any time to what we absolutely have to do in terms of these franchises?
Okay, so why don't you just keep it in for now and let it go, and we can take it up in committee,
In,
the conversation about the fees.
okay, like take it up in this committee or take it up in a later part of this committee? I'm just trying to understand. So do you mean to leave it in the rack up and let it move forward?
Maybe move it to planning?
Oh, move the entire group?
Well,
And you're pointing out precisely the issue, that maybe it does require more conversation. So while this is for layoff avoidance, and I think this was the Bureau's idea of putting forward to help with layoff avoidance, that this is something that, you know, it's how many positions is it? 3, 4?
5.
5 positions. You know, we could just table the matter for a later discussion. We can have it referred to committee. In the meantime, though, those folks who are subject to layoff would be part of the group that we would have to start the displacement calculations for.
I mean, just fundamentally though, do the positions cost more or less than the additional revenue that we're recognizing because of those positions? Or could we recognize that revenue without those positions?
My understanding is the additional revenue is dependent on the positions being there, at least for the renegotiation and for some of the fines. So I don't know if you can realize the additional revenue without the restoration of the positions.
Right, although the positions are 0.6, and if you add up, it's close, right? The revenues, it's just about the same amount. I mean,
I do believe it realizes additional revenue beyond the cost, but without the staff, you can't realize the additional revenue.
Yeah, ultimately, it may be a cost, because I think some of these revenues are recognition of revenues that have come in that are over and above.
That's true.
So it doesn't, I don't think it quite recovers its cost. It's only because there was additional revenues over and above that was anticipated
right, but
that
then,
came in.
but also the cost, the revenues are not one time, right?
Some of these are. A portion of it is ongoing.
like penalties or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess what we really need to see is that analysis, you know, because if none of us, if the revenues can bring in more than the positions, then it's kind of a no-brainer. And then the question is if the revenues bring in, except for the fact if it's perpetuating the franchise agreements that we're trying to wind down. But if it's not perpetuating, that we have to do a certain amount, then it's revenues this year plus whatever revenues, however many revenues we're going to get in the subsequent years that are required per the agreements. So anyway, that's a cost-benefit analysis that somebody could put together.
So I'm going to propose that we just keep it in as it's written in the report, and then we can have a conversation in E&E or planning about the pros and cons of increasing penalties, fees, and fines. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Just to confirm, all these agreements are expired, correct? Or most of them are expired?
I would have to have the board answer that. I'm not aware.
They're
Okay.
not. A lot of them are current. Some
lot
of
of
them
them
are
are-
expired.
Okay. And then
From the board here.
I believe the board representative is here, if we want to bring her up. Elise? Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how many agreements need to be renegotiated out of how many we have?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Elise Matson, Executive Officer with the Board of Public Works. There are at least 25 expired agreements, and a large portion of the fees that we propose for next year are required application fees for these franchises if we were to initiate renegotiation processes with them. And then another thing I just wanted to point out is we have the authority with that fee to, it's kind of can act like a deposit. So if the negotiations take more than whatever the initial application amount is, we can require each franchise to renew that deposit with us so we can continue charging against it to recover the cost of the staff while we begin the process. So I guess I'm trying to say the revenue that we're proposing is for some violation fees and then the initiation of the application process. And now ongoing revenues, yes, that would require the renegotiations to, of course, be effectuated. But the revenues for next year that we're proposing are primarily coming from the application fees that we would collect from the expired franchisees.
Great, thank you so much.
One last thing on this. I'd like to ask for a special study to review the impact, potential legal impacts and implications of renegotiating agreements, these pipeline franchise agreements, on the amortization of oil wells in the city. So make sure that we're not in any way compromising our ability to amortize out this use.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chairwoman, I have a question for page 14. One more. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. This is on police. How will the administrative work of the department be performed through the restoration of these civilian positions? Did you want more? No, I asked for 14. She said okay.
I'm sorry, the question?
Question is, how will the administrative work of the department be performed through the restoration of these civilian positions? Like, what will that look like?
Yep, so these particular civilians were the ones that were identified by the department as being very specialized, and that these were the ones that, that police officers, these were the types of jobs that the police officers could not do, that they required special licensing, et cetera, and education to do this work. So these are the ones that are actually critical to the police department, that the work for some of these would basically stop. The officers, what they would do would actually stop. They wouldn't be able to do fingerprint analysis or DNA analysis. The criminalists would be gone. The photographers will be gone. So the whole public safety aspect of what work that they do would actually be turned upside down. So that's the type of work that would be covered as part of restoring these 133 critical civilians.
Beautiful. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. Thank you. Please go ahead, Madam CAO.
Okay, moving on. So we were at page 15. We can go to page 16. This is the Bureau of Engineering. And then the Bureau of Engineering continues on page 17 with position restoration and realignment.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks. On page 16, I want to look at the second bullet, the building decarbonization work plan. Really important effort. But my concern is that it's $3.2 million that won't go too far, and it's money that if it's not usable for an effective decarbonization plan, is it money well spent? And it might be money that we can use in other places in this budget. I realize the significance of saying that because we all need to be in decarbonization. Every department needs to be doing its things, like DWP, Airport and Harbor. But is this money well spent, this $3.2 million? How far will it go? Will it actually achieve enough that we can still lay off these hundreds of folks in this budget? That's my question. And I guess I'm asking the members. I'm not asking you at the table. It's a policy question.
I have a question about, there's a contract for $265,000 for consultant services. I'm wondering if this is a contract that's already in place, do we know, or would this be a new contract?
Matt, you better stay here.
Matthew Shade, CLA. My understanding is that it is for an existing contract, and they've already been doing some work on this work plan.
Okay.
But that's just specific to the 265,000 line item, not the 3 million.
Okay. So did you want to call Mr. McCosker special? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm calling that special.
Okay.
I can add to this a little bit, though. I mean, the 265 for the work plan is, as you said, it's in motion, and it's also, we've gotten this far, it's the blueprint, and so that by having it there, we can also, even if we don't have the money now, like we can use discretionary dollars, we can go after grants. There's a lot of things that will enable us to leverage. You know, so I do think that's important to finish that work plan. We've been spending a lot of time on this. Last year we added $47 million to this, and it all was swept this year. And of course, the $3 million that we're talking about to create in the new line is in the UB. So there's a lot of projects there's a lot more than $3 million. We had $47 million lined up before. And some of these projects are also, they close the gap on other projects. So you have like the West Valley Municipal Building. There's a certain amount of it is being done, but then there's decarb money to do the roof, which is also going to be solar. Well, if you pull it out, you potentially crash the entire project, even though you've already gotten, there's already money in it for 90% of the project, but there's a certain portion of it that is the decarb part that closes the gap. So I'm just very wary of removing that, and that's also why I think in the UB it's there, and we'll justify it on a project by project basis. But I think it's already a very low amount, and I don't know that it's going to cover all the projects that are in motion already. So I just put that out there.
So is there clarity we can get on the $3 million? You mentioned, Councilmember Blumenfield, a solar roof. Is there other information on how this $3 million is going to be spent?
Well, there's a list of $50 million worth of projects from last year.
Right, but there was $50 million in the budget for last year for it, right?
Right.
And it wasn't spent.
But a lot of them are in motion. And the $3 million is basically to cover some of the worst ones, some of the best ones, but some of the ones that are already at that point where you just need a little bit to finish it, because the decarb part is only a portion of it. That's how I understand it, but I defer to the team. And BOE, I know, could if we want to get some BOE up here, that they can talk about this extensively.
All right, well, why don't we save this for at the end, and we can get into more detail on it. Let's continue along, if that's okay, colleagues. All right, anything else on page 16, team? Okay, thank you, Madam CLA.
Okay, page 17, this is also BOE, and this is a series of position restorations and realignments.
Okay, and then
Councilmember Blumenfield.
yeah, I mean, I'd gotten requests from BOE that there's a couple of vacant positions that they're hoping they could absorb without funding, and maybe we can get them to talk about that. So I guess I could call it special, but they're talking about 3 positions: a deputy city engineer, a survey chief 1, and a survey party chief 2. But I'd like to hear from BOE on those, how they would absorb those positions without any funding and what that means. But we don't have to do it right now, just call it special.
Okay. Colleagues, anyone else on page 17? Okay.
Okay, page 18 is the Bureau of Sanitation. This includes the realignment of the Care Plus teams. And this, the top instructions would realign the Bureau to provide 17 Care Plus teams with 1 per council district, providing services 5 days per week. And then towards the bottom of the page is the restoration of an illegal dumping team.
I just want to clarify back to the first diamond, that this budget maintains existing Care and Care Plus operations for council districts, correct?
It doesn't fully restore what is current today. It does provide the 5 days a week that Andrea mentioned.
5 days a week?
Yeah, so 5
Okay.
days a week, but it does not restore completely
Sure.
what is currently provided today.
Okay, understood.
Isn't there a difference between what is provided and what is actually happening?
That's
So-
another question.
So I think it restores what is, correct me if I'm wrong, it restores what's actually happening and then some, but it doesn't go all the way to what was provided for.
I think it depends upon the district you're in, sir.
Right, depends on the district. It does not restore the bridge home teams.
No, it does not.
And if you have 3, say, bridge homes, you will have less available to you, and we'll have to start using in my district the Care Plus allocation to make sure we're also looking at bridge homes.
That is correct.
Can you remind me how much a Care Plus team costs a year?
About 3 to 3.5 million.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. For clarity, please, for me, so right now, we have 5 days of Care Plus in our districts.
So, yeah, every district is a little different, Councilwoman.
Yes, some have
Yeah.
more teams, from my understanding. But in my district, we have 5 days right now. What you have in your recommendations, is that to keep it at the 5 days per district?
Yes, because the proposed budget, if I'm wrong, Matt, speak up, but I think right now, if the proposed budget were to go into effect, it would be 2 days. Is that right?
Correct. 2 days of Care Plus and 3 days of care. So 5 days of service.
Okay, 5 days of service, which is what we have now. Some of our districts have now. I know that in the last couple of days, we've had budget conversations around Care Plus in general. And are we going down to the 17 teams in this budget? Because then, I just want to get clarity on that, because I have some concerns. If we only have 17 teams, what if one of the teams needs to be used by a different entity? Does that mean that I won't be able to execute the Care Pluses that I have scheduled for my district? Just want understanding on, if we're cutting teams and if it is that number.
I think that'd probably be an operational question for.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I think that'd probably be an operational question for sanitation. My understanding is there'll be 1 team for each district. There's, I believe, a Skid Row team and then a team split between the coastal area and Grand Avenue and downtown area. So that's the 17.
Great,
It would be an operational issue, and I see Ms. Romero here, and she can probably answer that question. But before, they would have had resources as swing resources that they could have substituted people in to maintain that level. I think that will no longer be available.
Great. And so thank you so much for joining us, Barbara. So clarity, can the team that is designated for my district, because we are cutting down on teams, can it be used for other operations? Meaning that I perhaps will lose out on a Care Plus or Care Day in my district because that team has to be moved to a separate operation?
The goal is going to be to try to, Barbara Romero, Sanitation and Environment. The goal is going to be to keep your team in your district. What we'll do is utilize we don't have the citywide team, but we'll use the illegal dumping teams to provide flexibility. So you'll preserve, if you want a Care Plus that gets canceled, if we have an emergency, that's why it was so important to consider option A, so that that doesn't happen. And so that you can keep unless it's a citywide issue that we need to, but we would notify you, but it's important that you kind of help manage that care team in your district.
Great. So from what I'm hearing, you're saying is that we will still have management and oversight over the Care Plus and Care teams for our district?
Yes.
And still be able to prioritize the calendar that we have scheduled with that team?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just the flexibility of whether you want, another like supplemental or, because we used to have one that could provide additional support. So sometimes one Care Plus operations requires 4 people, sometimes it requires 10. So that kind of deployment, we usually determine that. But yes, to your question, you'll continue managing that 15.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
And I think to the question, McCosker, yes, there's going to be 4 ABH teams that are not going to be in operation.
Right.
So currently, we had 21 ABHs. 19 of those ABHs are active. So those 19 active operations were being handled by 4 Care Plus teams.
Wait, say that again.
So-
There are 4 ABH teams that are eliminated.
Yeah, and those 4 ABH teams used to handle those 19
Used to handle
ABH
19 of them
across the city.
across the city, with concentrations in a few of the districts that required most of the work.
Yeah, whoever, like, there's some like you have 3,
Yeah.
some have 1, some have 0.
And so what we'll be doing is using our dedicated team and also the illegal dumping teams to make sure that we pick up the slack.
Yeah, that's how we're going to have to work with your office to provide that supplemental support.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yes, I just want to make clear that what we're doing here, these restorations will allow us, the Care Plus, but it will allow us to continue to do encampment resolution.
Yes, with one Care Plus team. One Care Plus services.
Right.
Yeah.
That's important for folks who are listening. Thank you.
So just to be 100% clear, this proposal maintains how many special regional teams?
17. So 15, 1 per district, 1 for Skid Row, and 1 that splits between Grand Avenue and Coastal team.
And which of those last 3 ones you mentioned are required? I mean, I know we need to do the Skid Row one because of a settlement, right?
Yeah, and the Grand Avenue and Coastal are 2 chronic locations that require, the encampments in those 2 areas are significant. And
I mean, we all have significant encampments in all of our districts.
so it was based on the base budget. If you look at the positions that, our composition of base positions, they were included in the budget as half positions. So if you look at the budget, it was a 4-person team versus a 9-person team. So they cut half of those teams, not a full team. So that's why we combine Grand Avenue and Coastal into 1 team. So what they'll get is 50% of the 50% of the service they used to get, than they used to get before. So it was their.
Okay, so I'd like to call this piece of it special for us to consider, because I think there are a lot of places that would like to have an extra team, whether it's for ABH sites across the city or in districts that have a lot of ABH sites. So can we take a vote on this at the end on what to do with this 17th team? Yes? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Romero.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else have anything on page 18? Okay, thank you, Madam CLA.
Okay, so on page 19, we're continuing with the Bureau of Sanitation. This is the watershed protection positions. And then we go to the Bureau of Street Lighting. Next, page 20, we have the Bureau of Street Services.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
On page 20, the general manager mentioned that there's potentially 2 positions, a risk manager and also transferring of the curb ramp crews from Willits to resurfacing, two changes that could potentially be done without funding. The second one is memo 208, but I wanted to call that special so we can discuss those possibilities.
Sorry, can you just say that one more time?
The first one is a position, a risk manager without funding, and that they may have a way that they can absorb that. And then the second is the transfer of curb ramp crews from Willits to resurfacing. We give money that counts towards Willits, but they may not have enough money to do the ADA mandated curb work.
Councilmember, can you please speak louder into the mic? It's hard to hear you.
Okay, I'm just calling it special for now. So basically, the issue of transferring of the curb ramp crews from Willits to resurfacing is one issue, and then the risk manager position that the general manager thinks that they can absorb without funding to have that issue be brought up when we get to this.
Great. So noted. Yep.
Councilmember Bloomfield, would you not like to then just bring up the GM of Street Services right now to talk about it? At least the ramp one?
I'm happy to, but I thought we were just calling it.
Yeah, let's do it at the end.
At the end?
Just
Okay,
get
perfect.
through and.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's a little bit of a hybrid. It's my first one of these. Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else on page 20? Okay, we're going to move to 21.
Okay, page 21, we have the Department of Transportation, the unappropriated balance, and the zoo. Under the unappropriated balance, this is where we show a transfer or adding funding to the reserve for mid-year adjustment line item. This amount will draw down the reserve fund to 5%, a little over 5%, to meet the financial policies. Likely, these funds will be needed should revenues fall short or liability claims continue to rise as they have the past couple of years. Actually, to go back to transportation, I do have one technical correction on the very last sentence of instruct DOT to implement a parking meter rate increase of 50 cents. We would like to delete and extended hours. We did not need to have that in there. And then the zoo at the end. And this is the subtotal, or this is the total expenditure changes. Okay, moving on, the next section of the report on page 22, this is other changes. These are changes that are balanced, where the expenditure and the offset are a net zero for various reasons, including grant funding, special funding. Sometimes there's a position swap with even salaries. We start with building and safety at the top, and we go down to CAO and housing, where we have an instruction for the creation of the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight. We do have a related attachment on that we can discuss as we get to the end of the report. It continues with cannabis regulation, street services, disability, EWDD, El Pueblo, and the CTIP. Okay, next is page 23. We have the Cultural Affairs Department, Office of Finance, one recommendation in the Fire Department, which is a position that is offset by revenue generation, GCP, and GSD at the bottom. Next, we have page 24. We start with the Housing Department, ITA, Personnel Department, and Neighborhood Empowerment. Page 25, the Police Department is at the top. These are the restoration of positions for security officers. This is 13 positions, and these will be reimbursed by the library and or sanitation facilities or sanitation bureau.
So I have a question or / comment. I see the restoration of the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office and understand these positions are to be grant funded or are grant funded. Can you confirm that that's the case?
That is what we found, yes.
And is this a one-year solution for these positions?
Well, I think a portion of it is a grant fund. I believe that's $250,000, and the remaining amount will be the Climate Equity Fund. I don't have details on the 2 years. Does Matt have those?
Okay. We had a discussion during an earlier hearing. Given the work that SEMO leads on heat, we'd explored moving these positions from Public Works to EMD. I'd like to ensure we have direction to report back on that move. So I'd like to call this item special. Anyone else, colleagues? Thank you.
Okay, page 26. This is the Bureau of Contract Administration. Page 27. This continues with Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Sanitation. And these are positions that have offsets, whether they be grant funds or special funds.
Okay.
And then under, on page 28, we have the Bureau of Street Services. And I was just told there is a risk manager position in the top recommendation, the first diamond. I'm not sure if that's the same one that was brought up.
Sorry. Matthew Shade again. I got clarification from the Bureau, and there's a deleted risk manager position within the board that they're wanting to bring over into the Bureau, and I think the proposal is without funding right now, but it is in addition to this risk manager 2 position. So that was the special that was called by the council member.
Correct. That's how I understand it, but we can get the general manager if we want. So, but that's the proposal.
And there's no net new cost to that. It's just,
Correct.
okay.
Okay, and then at the bottom of page 28, we have Recreation and Parks. Page 29 is the Department of Transportation. And then we end the other changes on page 30 with the zoo. The following page, page 31, this notes that our CLA recommendations, including all revenues, expenditures, and other changes that we are recommending, equate to a reduced reserved fund in the amount reduction from about $7.5 million as compared to the proposed budget, which shows that it brings the reserve fund to 5.05%, just above the financial policy goal. Page 32, instructions and technical adjustments. The first recommendation on this page has to do with Exhibit H. Our office does have amendments to Exhibit H, and those are attachment G to this report, so we can go over those when we get to the attachments. Then we have general instructions. These are various instructions to ensure that certain actions are taken to implement our recommendations, and certain instructions throughout the year. And that continues on to page 33. Page 34, these are additional instructions that were discussed by the committee. Just want to note that some instructions are contained here, some are in Exhibit H, and then there are others that are more special studies that will be in a special studies memo that our office will transmit separately after council takes action on the budget. So if there was an instruction that you don't see reflected here that you requested, it could be in Exhibit H or it could be in a special studies memo, but we tried to capture all of them, hopefully.
So I have a a request. I guess it's a question and a request. I'd like for the basic car plan, which we discussed in committee last week. I see the chief is here. If it's possible to have it completed as soon as possible. I understand, Chief, that you thought it could happen relatively quickly. I'm wondering, this is a question for the chief and for the CLA, can we add a specific complete by date to this instruction, maybe done within 6 months? And I'm looking at the chief. Thank you so much.
Sure. Good afternoon. You know, I think just to clarify a point, we're calling it the basic car plan. What we really, I think, are talking about is patrol plan. That's the deployment of resources that we have now. The basic car plan is how the city is divided up into basic car areas. That's a separate thing. That's what we talked about before, that's every 30 years or so. The deployment formula is done every month, but we could come up with a report on that.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to better understand. I mean, Councilmember McCosker, go ahead.
I think we give the instruction, you might have already said this, that without dipping into reserves, find the funding in the department or CAO, find the funding to finish the basic car plan. Take the work that we have now, finish it, and come back to Public Safety and Council with an implementation.
Patrol plan or basic car plan?
Basic car plan.
Yeah, they're two different things.
Yep.
Basic car plan, when we redo that, that will say we need many additional new senior lead officers and the support personnel to be able to do that, plus additional vehicles. And at a time when we're cutting back on resources, that's not going to be doable.
Will there be a reallocation, though, under a basic car plan? Or
It'll be additional because of workload, because of every division we have would benefit and would likely need additional basic car areas. So that would take additional resources to staff each of those basic cars.
would it give you information, though, about the relative ratios across different subdivisions? I mean, might those numbers shift based on more recent data than how it was
It
determined
would
30
certainly
years ago?
shift borders of all many of the divisions likely, and it would also shift for sure within divisions, the areas that are encompassed by each basic car.
So I think the challenge that I'm hoping that it will help solve for is that we've seen upticks in crime in certain parts of the city,
Right.
where 30 years ago you didn't see so much. And it would be helpful to get additional resources there. And if that's something that would potentially come out of an update to the basic car plan, I think what you're hearing is that we'd like to see that happen, understanding that it will say that we need far more resources than we have.
We can do that. In addition, we'll give you then an update too on the deployment formula, our patrol plan, and how that works.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chief.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you being here.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McCosker.
I was having a conference, I might have missed on page 33, Diamond 1, instructing the Personnel Department to report quarterly to the Budget and Finance Committee on the status of hiring, recruitment, TLH, bridge to jobs, alternative pathways. Can we have that be jointly to Personnel Committee as well as Budget and Finance?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. You say that, are you asking me something?
Yes, well, I'm asking the committee. The instruction on the top diamond on page 33 is for the Personnel Department to make a comprehensive report quarterly basis to Budget and Finance Committee. I'd like that also to be to the Personnel Committee in the note. Same report.
Can you make that change now, or do we need to call it special? Okay,
No, we
great.
can make it now, and then in the committee report, that will be reflected.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to add the following addition instructions to page 34 of the report. On the first instruction, instruct the city clerk to reinstate council file number 18-1246 related to short-term rentals and request the Chair of Plum to schedule a hearing in the next 90 days. And then the second one is to instruct the Office of Finance to report on a tax delinquency amnesty program for cannabis businesses. That's all, Madam. Thank you.
Yeah, on the first one, I'm not crazy about it, as it's instructing Plum to do something in 90 days on an issue that we have debated and had a whole policy discussion on a couple of years ago, and landed on our short-term rental policy. And that council file, if I understand correctly, is basically saying do vacation rentals, don't just limit it to primary residence. We had a whole big discussion, which took a year, and we landed on a big compromise where we allowed short-term rentals that had never been allowed before. We legalized them, but we did so in a very tailored way, where we had short-term rentals that were only allowed in primary residence. Now, I'm not completely closed to the idea of having other short-term rentals, but that's a huge policy discussion, and I don't know that we just reopen the discussion that we already, the file that we kind of had said and done on. If there's a new proposal of a way to do it, my thought would be we introduce a new motion and then we hear that motion through the regular order. I understand that it would, potentially raise some revenues, and that's the justification for doing it here, and I respect that and appreciate that. But I'm uncomfortable with just sort of jamming the Plum Committee and taking up an old file that was dispensed with in the past. Even though I totally respect what you're trying to do, and the idea of getting more revenues is very appealing, but that's a big can of worms that was open and finally closed, and I'd rather open it in a more systematic way than just jamming the committee to open it up within 90 days.
Councilwoman Hunt?
Is it the time that is the problem?
Well,
90
I just
days
think
is too
if
short?
you want to do something on short-term rentals, we should do a motion, and then we'll hear the motion and hear what it is, as opposed to revisiting the discussion that we had. I mean, at the end of the day, you're asking us to consider it. I know it's not, it's not directive in terms of what happens, but there's nothing new being considered. It's just reopening something that we did before, and we came to this big old compromise where we limited it to primary residence. And I understand if we opened it up to other folks, there would be potentially more revenue. But the downside to that is that the reason why we didn't do it in the first place is because we found that the short-term rentals, when they were not your primary residence, were taking affordable housing units off the market. People would buy up affordable buildings, and and we're not even doing a good job of regulating the ones that we have. So I'm concerned about opening it up for folks to continue to reduce our housing stock, because while it may be appealing in the short term that we get some revenues up front, the amount that every unit of affordable housing that we lose, that we have to create, it's costing us, $1 million a unit sometimes. Hopefully not that high, but it's costing us a heck of a lot of money to build affordable housing. And so the preservation of affordable housing, to me, is really important. And something like this that has the potential maybe to bring in some money, but also has the potential to reduce affordable housing, and meaning the city has to then produce it, is very concerning. So I just, again, I'm always happy to go and revisit issues and do it, but I'd rather do that through the regular order than have the Budget Committee tell a committee, you've got to hear this in 90 days. You've got to hear a file that you heard already, because we're looking for revenue when we already went through that.
So I think, Councilwoman Hutt, there are two options. You can circulate this proposed amendment or change you'd like to see, and we can vote on it at the end, or you can choose to go through the process that Councilmember Blumenfield talked about and bring it to full council for a conversation in committee. It's up to,
Just offer a motion to do something like this.
Yeah, bring a motion to do something like this through the regular council process rather than through budget. Or if you want it to be considered today, we can do it on the special, on the back end.
Let's look at the special at the back end.
Okay.
And I'll consider other language when we get to the back end.
Okay, I think we just need to see what exactly it is that you're suggesting. Okay. Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a new instruction for Exhibit H, and it relates to the questions that we went through on the investment funds. And I'll read it out and can provide the language. The instruction would begin, direct the Office of Finance to review the city's investment portfolio and monthly investment reports, and to include, at the earliest possible date, but no later than the first financial status report, an analysis of the potential to reallocate a portion of the investment fund returns to reduce or repay general fund subsidies and loans made to other funds in order to offset budgetary obligations. Additionally, direct the Chief Legislative Analyst and the Chief Administrative Officer in consultation with the Office of Finance to provide guidance and outline the necessary steps and processes that would be required to initiate such potential reallocations, period.
So Councilmember McCosker, if you could do the same thing that I asked Councilwoman Hunt to do and circulate that language, and we can talk about it and vote on it in the specials section.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, colleagues, on page 34?
Okay, page 35. These are just technical adjustments, and then we have our list of attachments that we can start to go through. If you
Can you say that last sentence over again? Sorry.
Sure. We have our list of attachments, which begin on the next page if you wanted to start going through some of those.
Yes.
Okay, so attachment A to the report, these are proposed consolidations, transfers, and deletions that were discussed in the committee hearings. Some of these were proposed in the mayor's budget. Some of them were brought up during the hearings. What we have is the proposed budget instruction, our CLA recommendations that are contained in this report, and policy considerations about what the committee would like to do depending on what action you want to take and what direction you want to go with some of these.
Okay, can I make a couple requests on this first page on consolidations, transfers, and deletions? So the mayor had proposed moving the remaining procurement positions to the Bureau of Contract Administration from the CAO. Rather than striking that proposed move, I think it makes sense for the team working to get small businesses enrolled in our procurement platform to be co-located with the Bureau who works with those small businesses seeking related certifications and training. So I'd like to see that change restored. And colleagues, this is something we can vote on at the end. Just reiterate the request to move the oil and gas positions to planning. Although maybe I forgot to say that when we were there.
It's here, though. We got it.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, anybody else on this first page? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Yes, Chairwoman. So I have an instruction, but I would love some guidance if it's better in attachment A or attachment G. The language is amend instruction 11A in Exhibit H to instruct city staff to defer the consolidation and instruct the city departments to report on the impact of the consolidation. All existing positions, functions, and funding would remain in place until further consideration by the council. Additionally, all city departments must provide a report with the following information to the Budget and Finance Committee by August 1st, 2025. If they finish sooner, they can present it sooner, but the language is to Budget and Finance Committee by August 1st, 2025. And it goes, list all costs of all the programs, including administrative costs per program in areas where costs for administration and programs can be consolidated, as well as information on duplicative services and programs provided by both the department itself and other departments. Information on impact and outcomes of the programs, as well as who is being served by these programs, and considerations for realignment of administrative and service tasks with other departments. The Budget and Finance Committee will hold hearings after the submission of these reports. Information from the final committee report and individual department reports could be utilized for consideration in the mayor's budget conversations with departments for fiscal year 26-27.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Hernandez, and I think just the same thing that we're all gonna, if we have amendments, just make sure it's circulated and we can discuss it at the end. Anybody else?
I just had a question. What are you deferring? Which consolidation?
The CIFD consolidation with aging and EWDD and YDD.
Where is that in the rack-up?
That is in the attachment, attachment A on the first page, and it's the last entry. In the rack-up, under policy considerations, which was at the front, we noted that there was an attachment that would detail what the proposed budget brought forward versus our recommendations versus what the committee can consider.
Chairwoman, may I add? To Councilmember Blumenfield's inquiry, is that I'm not opposed to any of the consolidations that are presented in front of us. What I'm asking here is that those consolidations be done in a holistic way, and we talk to all the departments, right? We have several departments that work on the same projects or same, they're trying to deliver the same things. And so my goal would be that we just have these conversations here in Budget and Finance Committee with our departments and asking them to present on these issues so that we can holistically consolidate, take into account, any other budgetary issues that are coming up as we're checking in on the budget throughout the year.
That makes sense. I guess the reason why I was confused is because I'm looking at the chart and it says that's the CLA recommendation is no change to the proposed budget. So
Basically, we wanted to provide options for the committee depending on which direction you wanted to go. From what we understood, no one said, yes, move forward with the consolidation necessarily, but it was also something that maybe the committee wanted to explore. So we wanted to make that clear. That's why we didn't have a recommendation in our report to see what the discussion resulted.
It's a policy call for you.
it's a policy, right? So it's not that, that's where I was getting confused. I was looking for you said it's deferring something, and we haven't actually done anything. So it may have been being too literal. I was trying to figure it out. But it's basically saying we should go ahead and look into this and do it, but there's nothing that's actually being deferred in the CLA recommendation.
There's nothing proposed in our report, but it just should be noted that if Councilmember Hernandez, just to clarify, you want to fully amend the instruction in Exhibit H, delete what's in there, and add what you've proposed. So that would stop the consolidation. Those positions would stay in the positions delineated in Exhibit H. There are a few positions, not all of them, would stay in their departments. The departments would remain whole on July 1, and the instruction would come back to discuss it further throughout the year.
Yes, but it's not to say, stop, we're not consolidating CIFD and other departments. What is asking here is saying, all departments do this, present this by August 1st, but if that conversation with CIFD and the other departments and continue and moves fast, and we get that presented in Budget and Finance, and we can move that forward. This is not to stop anything. This is just to take it into a 360 picture of all the consolidation that needs to happen. The consolidation within the budget is not going to happen by July 1st. It's going to take time. So what I'm trying to do is just set the runway for all the departments to have that conversation. Some departments and that conversation might take longer, but other departments that can have the conversation sooner and present that to us sooner, we can do those consolidations as they come to us, right? We don't have to wait till August 31st to do all the consolidation, because then that doesn't give the departments enough time to put their budget letters together, and we want to set them up for success. So I'm not trying to block anything, I'm just trying to give us time.
I hear you. I guess somebody has to ride herd on it to some extent, because absent intervention, nothing is going to happen on this. So I'm not sure what will drive this.
Budget and Finance Committee, by bringing in the departments, we will be responsible to bring the departments in to tell us and report back on that.
I mean, we could do joint committee meetings with the committees that oversee the departments directly, to the extent there's not a Brown violation. We can do that. It might cause some challenges with Brown Act, but You both raised good points. Let's talk about this on the back end and during special, yeah, and we can have the language in front of us and everything. Okay, thank you. Anybody else, colleagues, have anything on Exhibit A? Or Attachment A? Okay.
Okay, Attachment B refers to Budget Memo 82 and the suggested reductions to the mayor's proposed budget that were discussed in committee. These include all the fire decreases.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I had something on A. Under zoning review. The MOA listed in policy considerations is already underway. Can you clarify this develops the Development Services Bureau and DCP? So under the zoning review, just want to, the MOA listed in policy considerations is already underway, right? Can you clarify that this will develop the Development Services Bureau and DCP? Because we talked about, right, creating that Development Services Bureau in DCP.
So I think the Development Services Department, I think maybe it was a separate discussion. It was related to the zoning review process. Perhaps we mixed it up, Councilwoman? Yeah, so there's like two different components, so perhaps we mixed it up. Did we?
Are you, is it the Development Services Bureau within city planning that you were?
Yeah, in DCP, Department of City Planning.
And I think maybe we mixed up the conversation. Can you clarify that again for us, please? Because there was there was a discussion about a Development Services Department. There was some discussion on it. It was discussed here in committee. Then there was the issue of moving consolidating the zoning appeal process and moving those folks from building and safety to planning. So it was two different things that we were talking about. The zoning review was part of the mayor's proposed budget. This one was discussed as part of the committee discussions. This is why we actually prepared this chart, because there were so many discussions about functional consolidations and transfers that we were concerned that we might have gotten things mixed up, and this was to put it out forward so that we made sure that we got it right. So if we didn't get this one right, please tell us what we should include to make it right.
The zoning review was supposed to be included in the Bureau. That's our understanding.
Hold on, I think I have.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, so to go back under planning, in the rest of the report on page 13, we do address the zoning review function transfer. And it does note the Development Services Bureau, but again, if the instruction in here needs something else, let us know so we can tie it all together.
Okay, I think we're trying to figure out exactly what we need to say to effectuate it. But we were talking in committee last week about transferring zoning review to planning.
And
So we'll talk to planning and come up with what language we want to talk about as part of including for discussion during special.
Yeah, with regard to the zoning, if it's about the zoning review part of it, we're not changing anything that was proposed in the mayor's proposal, which was to develop the MOA. If you want to do something different, then yes, then you would need
Yes,
to
we
amend
do.
it.
So we'll talk to planning and make sure that language is made explicit, and we're calling it special. Okay? Thank you. Anyone else on attachment A? Bless you.
Okay, back to attachment B. These are related to Memo 82. the suggested reductions that the committee recommended. We have, this is also in the main part of the report. This is just a highlight of everything that was discussed during the hearing. So there's the fire department is the first 3 pages. And then on the bottom of the 3rd page, we start with the police reductions, CTIEP, and GCP on page 4.
And again, this is just simply informational.
Right.
Okay. Does anybody have any? Mr. McCosker?
So looking at these first 3 pages, just for clarity, all fire, 1, 2, 3, yeah, oh, well, almost all fire. These were all, except for the last entry, these were all new programs, additions, things that were never in the fire department and were proposed in this budget as new positions, new authorities, new function, not functions, but, well, some of them new functions, actually. But we get to the very last one, and the very last entry is the one that would be sort of a transfer of responsibility from driver to firefighter, back to firefighter.
Yes, that was actually in Memo 82 originally, right, Josh?
Correct. These are, all of these were in Memo 82. All of them were new proposals in the mayor's proposed budget, except for the 42 EITs, which is the last one. Sorry, yeah. All of these were new additions in the proposed budget, except for the very last one, as Councilmember McCosker pointed out, for the EITs, which...
All new, so when we say it's a deletion or a cut, it's a
it's a deletion from the proposal, not a deletion from the...
Not the acceptance of a proposal for a new program.
Yes.
So the world will say it's a cut, but it's not. It's just not an addition to an addition to an addition.
Yes, you're not accepting new services.
Why did you score the last entry, though, a little higher? It seemed like in what we got in Memo 82 was a little bit of a lower number than 9 million.
We took some time to calculate the actual costs of the positions. So, I mean, as you know, the fire department's not the simplest department to deal with. And so we took the salaries for vacant positions. There's a number of these that were held vacant. And so the salaries were not being used, so we took that savings and the related cost with those. And then the rest of it is all based off a constant staffing calculation.
Right.
So constant staffing for filling the vacant positions and constant staffing savings from moving these firefighters back into the field.
So what we're doing is eliminating the funding for 42 firefighter 3 positions to serve as drivers, and the filled positions, of which there are 17, would be redeployed back to the field to be firefighters and not drivers, and then unfilled positions would be eliminated. And so what we're doing is we're returning officers back to their job, their firefighting job, and
yes, that's
reducing the amount of overtime that we would otherwise pay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Colleagues, anyone else on page 3 or 4 or 5? All right. I think we can move on now to, Councilmember McCosker.
I'm on page 4 of this exhibit, and I want to just go to grid. We are on page 4, middle of the page, gang reduction and youth development office. It had already gotten nearly a $2 million cut. And is this another $1.9 million cut? What do we have going on here?
So the $2 million cut was in the mayor's proposed budget from this current year to the next year, and this is the additional cut that was made to several GCP items that were discussed in committee.
So the total cut will be 4.
Approximately, yes.
I'd like to pull that out.
So, Councilmember, we applied a 10% reduction to GCP items administered by council across the board, which is why there's that additional cut for a savings of $2 million.
Thank you.
Okay. Special.
Special.
Anyone else on B? Oh, Councilwoman.
Thank you. For LA's Best, I see that we have the 144,000 reduction. In the mayor's proposed budget, was there an additional cut? Similar to what we just talked about, does it have a double cut?
No, it was based on the current level today, so that's why a 10% was applied versus grid where it was a 5%. So that LA's Best was kept at current level, and when this committee went through the exercise of reducing these types of programs by 10%, the 10% was applied to what was in the proposed budget.
Great, thank you. Considering it's such a small amount of money, can I bring it up for special, maybe 5% instead of a 10? Chairwoman?
So half that 144, and we all need to propose offsets.
Yes.
For,
Bring it up for discussion. So
this is for LA's Best.
Thank you.
To instead of a 10% cut, a 5% cut. So we'll discuss that. Okay. Attachment C.
Attachment C refers to a previous instructions in the main body of the report on transferring, capturing savings and also transferring a portion of the interim housing funds into the unappropriated balance.
We discussed this one earlier.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. We heard last week from LASA, and LASA let us know that the cut would significantly impact their ability to administer contracts efficiently. It would force them to create a 6-month contract period and would require them to go through the council process to amend them, which can take months. I have Casa Azul in my district, and I know several other council members have these locations in their district, and we've heard that having them go through 2 contracting processes in 1 year could potentially have them pull out because of how arduous it is, and they don't have that administrative capacity. And so I think it's crucial that we streamline this process. Obviously, putting accountability measures on LASA, but I don't think we could afford to have them go through that process. So I would like to move that we move the 13 million back into this line item instead of having them go through the UB to get that money. Because right now we're moving to put 13 million in the UB, which only gives them 6 months of funding. So I would just say, let's make it the 1-year funding, put it back, and implement accountability measures. But there is no cost or offsets needed.
So we can review this as a special and talk about it.
And these are specifically for non-alliance beds. Just wanted to- thank you. Non-alliance funded beds.
Okay. Anyone else on C? Okay.
Okay, attachment D, this is the public safety funding adjustments and service restorations. So this is a summary of the public safety reductions related also to Memo 82. This attachment gives the committee an idea of the things we were able to fund because of the reductions that the committee proposed. This provides details on public safety reductions and restorations. And then the following attachment provides details on homelessness funding adjustments and restorations through GCP and sanitation. If we could move to attachment E, if there aren't any questions on D, I do have something that needs to be corrected that we will have ready when we present the Budget and Finance Committee report. Under restorations and additions for GCP, the first line, partially restore funding, in the GCP additional homeless services line item, that amount should read $9 million, which would take the total restorations to 16.324 million. The general fund impact would be negative $2.03 million. So we spent more than we took in that one. Moving on to attachment F, this is, there is an instruction. Oh, sure. Read it again. Oh. Okay, to read attachment E revision again. So under restorations and additions, GCP, the additional homeless services line item, we restored 9 million, not 8.5 million. Bringing the total restorations to 16.3 million with a general fund impact of negative 2.03 million. And we'll have that correction in the committee report. And then moving on to attachment F, there is an instruction in the report to create the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight, and these are the instructions that are necessary to actually move forward with the transfer.
Do you have a question on page 1?
On F, page 2.
Okay, go ahead.
On F, page 2, the first bullet, I just wanted to add something. So it says, instruct the CAO to transfer any state or federal grants that are signed by the CAO on behalf of the city to LAHD. I wanted to add in, except for BCHIP. It's a new program we just applied, got some funding for. So just wanted to add those words.
Can you repeat what was the exception, council member?
Yeah, the program's called BCHIP. It's Prop 1, BHCIP, the BCHIP program. We just did an application through my district and got some funding for a respite center.
Okay, I have on page 2, bullet 2, CLA, this bullet reads, instruct CAO to transfer federal and state grants signed by the CAO on behalf of the city to the LAHD, with the CAO retaining financial management and the new Bureau of Homelessness Oversight executing these programs. Can you speak to the reason for this instruction?
I don't know if the CAO is here. We worked with the CAO's office on this particular aspect. This was to maintain their financial oversight, but what was that? Okay, fine.
So I think consistent with the committee instruction, our recommendation would be to delete that bullet, given that the CAO will still be responsible for the fiscal side of the program.
Okay. All right, let's,
So if that's the case, then Mr. Blumenfield's amendment is not required then, correct? Or,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
if you delete the whole thing, then you don't have to delete you don't have to have that exception.
thank you.
okay, yeah, I think, propose to strike that bullet,
Thank you.
and we'll talk about that later. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, anyone else? On attachment F. Okay.
Okay,
Are
and
we all
now,
done? Oh.
now we're to the last attachment G, Exhibit H. These are our recommendations for changes to be made to Exhibit H, beginning with a series of deleting certain recommendations and instructions. And then we go on to amending instructions that are in the proposed budget, and then adding ordinance changes as a result of discussions in committee. And then we go into other budgetary actions. We also have recommendations to delete certain instructions from Exhibit H and add to special studies. And at the end, there are other reports that we've added.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Okay, on 4, it says request city attorney with the assistance of the CAO to prepare an ordinance to eliminate yada, yada, regarding the innovation and performance. I would like to restore the senior project coordinator without funding, attachment G, basically amend for the IPC to add restoration of one senior project coordinator without funding. We had talked about that. And then, because there's rollover money. And then lastly, to add an instruction to the CLA to report back on all programs within the city that can be within other jurisdictions to identify additional cost savings, which is something we talked about overall, about all the stuff that we do as a, as a city that really county or school board or others can do, but that's just a general purpose instruction.
What page is that?
That's it for me.
Councilmember McCosker.
I am at other reports. Thank you for this. And other reports are not enumerated, but third from the bottom, instruct the Department of Transportation to report on options for the crossing guard program. I just want to underscore what that means, is that means that the crossing guard program remains unchanged in the new budget.
Yes,
In the
that's what
budget.
our recommendation is.
It remains unchanged in the budget going forward, but we will get a report from DOT if we were to adopt this on options for the program in a subsequent budget year, presumably.
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask another question? Goes back to my council colleague asked about the EWDD, CIFD consolidation, and probably applies to all of them. Do we need to amend? No, if we do not amend H, what happens on July 1st or July 2nd? Do those positions go away that would be eliminated in consolidation, or do we have naturally by operation of law, do we have a period of time to work through it? Or if we go with Councilman Hernandez's recommendation, are we amending H to include some period of time for us to sort it out?
So going with Councilmember Hernandez's recommendation, from what I understand, she wanted to delete the current recommendation in Exhibit H. If that recommendation is not deleted, we understood that the positions that are listed, not all positions in every department, but the positions that are listed will be deleted on July 1. But we may need to get some confirmation of that, as we heard differing things about what happens to those positions on July 1 if you leave it as is in the proposed budget.
So our understanding is more than likely, it's going to depend upon timing, right?
Right.
So depending upon timing, if you leave Exhibit H as is, there will still need to be effectuating actions to make it happen, right? It will require ordinances, it will require a transfer of funds, so all of that will require additional actions to make it happen. The only difference really is if you adopt Exhibit H as is, it is saying we are moving forward as proposed. That we are moving forward as proposed, and when you get report backs on that matter, it will be actions to effectuate it. It will not be to discuss options, pros, cons, or anything like that. So that will be the difference between the Exhibit H instruction as written in the mayor's proposed budget, which means we will move forward as is, and everybody else come back and do the work to make it happen, or in Ms. Hernandez's case, what she is suggesting is that we say, we like the idea, we may consider the idea, we want more information, we want you to study it, we want you to look at the issues a little bit more before we make a decision to actually effectuate it. Does that make sense?
It does, but that also, one option or the other affects other line items in the budget. It means, for example, retaining a position for a period of time.
So the position authorities are still with the home departments, If you adopt Exhibit H as is, there is a statement that says that positions will be eliminated on July 1. And if we have not taken actions to transfer all of the funds and do all of the necessary work to effectuate the consolidation, what will happen is that the CAO's office will be in a position of needing to activate substitute authorities to keep people in place until the work is done to cause the consolidation to happen.
Okay. That's clear. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Mine's on attachment G, but on a different thing. Is that okay? Great, thank you. Clarifying question, in the other report section, on the first item listed, I want to make sure that that language mirrors what is on page 34 of the rack-up under Diamond 7, please. Thank you.
And that'll come back because I didn't really follow what we just did there. Yeah?
I'm not clear. If I can get a clarification,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez?
So, Diamond 7, it says instruct the police department, on page 34, it says instruct the police department to report back to the budget, to the Public Safety and Budget and Finance Committees on a quarterly basis, and so on and so forth. But in the other reports, it says instruct the Los Angeles Police Department to report to the Public Safety Committee on the use of police overtime. So my instruction was just to say the language in other reports should be mirroring the language that's on page 34.
So in that
Understood,
first,
yeah. It ended up in
first
both
one under
places.
reports, got it.
Yeah. Thank
you.
Public Safety Committee and BNF. Thank you. Colleagues, I know this is a lot. We didn't have a lot of time to look at it. Is there anything else in, yes?
Well, mine's more about, it's back on attachment A.
Okay.
This is, there's a lot trying to catch up here. The movement of the procurement office, why does it make sense for this centralized procurement oversight to go to a department, that deals with small business and meeby-weebies and all that? What's where are we sending that? Why the procurement?
Our recommendation is to keep it in the CAO's office, but I think the chair, you had discussed something, an alternative to that.
So can we do
Okay.
this during the specials? This is something.
Yeah, we can do that. I was catching up, trying to understand what happened, but okay.
I think they're just.
All right, does anyone else have anything they want to bring up now in Exhibit G? Do folks need another minute? We okay? All right, colleagues, I'm going to propose that let's see. I'm going to recommend we take a 15-minute break to review the items that were called special. And I have them listed as follows, or would it be better, Madam CLA, if maybe do you want to read what you have written down, or is this a clerk who does this next? I can read what I've got.
Depends upon whether some of the things you discuss whether you feel like you approved already or not. So I was trying to keep track. I think all of us were trying to keep track. I can run through it if you wish, or we can take the break and we can prepare a list, and then everybody can work from the same list.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that.
So you want us to say what's on our list? Sorry.
No, I thought that we could take a break and prepare it, but
Okay.
we can go through it quickly if you wish, whatever you prefer.
Okay, I
We're a
want
little
to make
scrambled,
sure
so-
we've captured everything so that we can go back and have conversations with our teams about where we are on all this stuff.
Sure. So then
I'm happy to go through it. My team has been keeping track of it, if that's helpful.
Okay.
Quickly, or do you want to do it?
How about I do it?
Okay,
and
go
then
ahead.
You tell, because
Whatever we miss.
whatever you,
Do you
whatever
need a
we
few
miss,
minutes? Do you want a few minutes
whatever
to
we
prepare the
miss,
list?
The five of you will tell us what we missed.
Okay.
How about that?
Great.
So I'm just going to go back to the beginning. Once upon a time, we started a Budget and Finance Committee report. Anyway, so I think the first thing was on page 6, we were holding an item on CDBG for Councilwoman Hernandez. And then there was an item relative to a GCP item for trade and commerce. Mr. McOsker moved it to the UB. If that is the will of the committee, we can just move on and not have that on the special list, or we can discuss it.
Okay, let's keep it on special.
Okay. Sorry, Josh, you had one on a fire impact?
Yeah. 2.45 million in mechanical helpers and staff. I think Councilmember Bloomfield called that on page 7, last bullet.
Was that a request for a restoration?
He just called it special.
Oh, that
Okay.
was the equipment item that Mr. Blumenfield requested. That was removed as part of the budget reduction package. It was 2.457, and Mr. Blumenfield just wanted to discuss it. He did not make a particular recommendation on it, just wanted to discuss it.
I mean, I'd love to see it restored, but if we could, if throughout this process we find extra money, that's certainly a priority place.
So we'll leave that on the list to discuss.
Okay.
I'm sorry, speak up, yes? Okay. There was a discussion, and I got a little lost on this one, but the whole issue of the oil and gas franchise that Ms. Yaroslavsky brought up, I'm not sure whether we were to discuss that further or whether it was your desire to make it a special study and have that come back. And
Yeah, I
we
think-
can discuss it further afterward if we'll just put it on the list.
Yeah, might just be a special study.
The next item I have is Mr. McOsker on page 16 relative to the decarb work. The next item I have is a request by Mr. Blumenfield to add positions without funding for engineering. The next item I have is a discussion by the chair to review the CARE Plus, the specialized district assigned care team. Next item, page 20, relative to memo number 208, Mr. Blumenfield had a request to discuss 2 positions for, I believe it was street services. The next item by the chair on the CMO, further discussion, hold that for discussion.
That was the move to EMD, potentially.
There was also.
Pardon me, Madam Chair, can you
sorry.
repeat that, or Madam CLA?
I beg your pardon,
Can you
Councilwoman?
repeat the last one that you said?
Yes, so the chair had we had a discussion. We're holding this one for further discussion. This is relative to the climate, the CMO office, climate.
Emergency mobilization.
Thank you. I can never remember that. That was to keep it within the board.
25, right?
And the proposal from the chair was to move it to EMD, the Emergency Management Department.
Thank you.
There was some discussion on the police department relative to the basic car plan versus the patrol plan. I think that was just an instruction, so we'll include an instruction for that. The next item that I have is on, Ms. Hutt had some questions on instructions relative to short-term rentals and tax delinquency for cannabis. The short-term rental ones, I thought that there may have been discussion about a separate motion having that come in. And actually, that may make more sense because since this is the 25-26 budget, an instruction that takes place for 25 to 26 wouldn't go into effect until July 1. I think you may want actually to activate that sooner, so we would actually recommend that would be a separate motion, Councilwoman Hutt. The tax delinquency is certainly something that is relative here, and that is an instruction that we could include about tax delinquency on cannabis businesses. So, but we can have a further discussion on that as well. That was on page 34, I believe. The next item I have is Mr. McOsker relative to a finance review. Reporting back in the first FSR, and I have a lot of scribbles unless somebody has it. Karen?
I can circulate that language.
Thank you, because it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot, and we have the language in final. We'll circulate it as the chair requests.
So if we can, per the chair's request, and once it's circulated, we can have that discussed as part of a special.
We have it here, yeah.
I had a small thing. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I?
Yep.
I had a small request on page 33. You might have said it. First diamond was an instruction just to report back, and I had asked to add personnel. I think everyone said yes.
Sorry?
To add personnel to a report back on page 33, the very top, there's a diamond. The first diamond says instruct the personnel department to report quarterly to budget and finance. I just wanted to add.
I thought that one was without objection, but
Okay.
you'd like to add more?
No, I just want to make sure you had it written. Thank
Yeah.
you. I bet it is without objection. I'm just assuming.
Without objection.
Thank you.
We already have it here. The next item is, this is where we discussed the procurement office. The councilwoman made a request to move this to BCA. So we have that on our special list. The next item is, actually, we discussed oil and gas again, so that was already on the list. Ms. Hernandez, this was her motion to hold the EWDD, CIFD consolidation, and that would make it, and I believe she's already circulated, but we can have that discussion on that. The next item was the whole issue or discussion on the zoning review folks located in building and safety. So that is being held for review as well. Next item I have is Ms. Hernandez's request to make the LA Best reduction to 5% rather than 10%. That is also being held. The next item also was a request from Councilwoman Hernandez on LASA, and
I
we may
think
have written-
Councilmember McCosker had a request on
I'm sorry.
On
grid.
grid, on the 1.9 reduction on grid, I wanted to pull
You're
that.
going to have to come up with an
I'm
offset.
sorry, I
And I'll have
skipped
to
that
come
one.
up with an offset. I'll work on that. Can it be a 20-minute break?
Sorry?
I'm kidding. Just please put grid on the list. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, yes, I did miss the one on grid, and that one is also being held. Yeah, and LA Best is the next one, and that was the 5% requested by Councilwoman Hernandez. The next item, the one we were discussing was LASA, and Councilwoman Hernandez, we missed the number that you mentioned. We looked at the UB line item, and it looks like it's a $3 or $4 million item, and I think you may have said,
I said 13, but if it's not 13, then let's move whatever that is in the UB back.
so
please.
that is the discussion for the UB
Yes,
items that
thank you
are
so much.
set aside for LASA.
Which page?
Which page is that?
That was on
It was on
attachment C. Yeah. I believe that was on attachment
It's
C.
attachment C?
Yeah.
And it says that in the citywide homelessness interventions for the non-alliance, the line item says 13.099 million.
So those are the funds that are actually set aside in CAO, and that's to pay for services. I think you're referring to the amounts that are set aside in the unappropriated balance. They are not in attachment C. They are part of the budget. There is about roughly $3 to $4 million for 6 months funding set aside for LASA in the unappropriated balance. I believe that's the amount you are referring to.
Got it, thank you. Yes, that amount would be great, thank you.
What are you asking? What is it asking to do? What is that motion asking? I'm not sure. Could you repeat what that one is?
I beg your pardon, sir?
The LASA one, what is the action or the requested action?
Councilwoman Hernandez is, as we're going to discuss this further, but her proposal is to move that 6 months funding. So the funding for LASA for those two items for the homeless engagement teams and the other one, which I do not remember, but it's two pieces of it. And 6 months funding traditionally has been placed in the unappropriated balance. Councilwoman Hernandez is suggesting that that money actually just be moved out and given to LASA because of the contracting and administrative process. So, but we can have a further discussion on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Then, well, I'm sorry, I have a few more.
great. No, I had more too.
Okay. On attachment F, Councilwoman, I believe you wanted to delete an item, and so I just want to make sure, sorry, that was on the LASA homelessness, the Homelessness Oversight Bureau, and that was with the CAO here. We've already deleted that, so we can take that off the list. That would be okay?
Okay.
And then I believe there was Mr. Blumenfield wanted to amend number 4 of the Exhibit H to add a senior project coordinator without funding. That would be on attachment G.
Correct.
I have no idea what this says.
Then Mr.
What's the
Blumenfield
next one?
wanted to add, well, I don't have all the language, but it was about the CLA reporting on all programs that can be administered in other jurisdictions, county school board, but I don't have the exact language, but we can get that from you.
Yeah, we can get you language, and that's a special study, essentially.
And then another item was Councilwoman Hernandez's request to mirror the same language on the police overtime, and that can be done.
Is that it?
I believe that's all that we have.
Okay. Anyone believe that something was missed? Councilwoman Hernandez.
One thing missing is the, on page 8, the uniforms and MOUs question.
So I thought that was informational, that we can get back to you on that.
Oh, that sounds
If that's
good.
okay?
Yes, that
Okay.
sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then for clarification on the UB dollars, I want to be clear that I'm talking about the non-alliance beds, and that bucket of money is the 13 million I'm referring to, not the other bucket, which is, it is $3.8 million. That's not what I'm talking, that's not the line item I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're talking about the money that is actually allocated under the CAO, General City Purposes. You want to move that directly to LAHSA? Is that correct?
So the line item on attachment C, that says CAO, Citywide Homelessness Interventions, Non-Alliance. That line item says that there's 13 million in the UB. What I'm saying is, can we move that out of the UB so that we avoid multiple
Yeah,
contracting?
that's a different pot of money, and I'll let Mr. Zabel address that.
Sure. So obviously, whatever the committee decides to move in or out of the UB is up to you. Those dollars that is a portion of the general fund that is required to keep all of the beds that are pre-alliance open, along with the roadmap beds open. So when we presented the homelessness budget, all of our HAP dollars and all of our Measure A local return dollars are pretty much going directly to keeping open everything that we have open currently. So separate from additional progress that we would make towards our alliance settlement. That's the general fund portion of it, about the roughly 26 million that would be required on top of all of our other funds to keep everything open. Most of those dollars, you are correct, would ultimately go to LAHSA in order to pay the service providers. So it's not directly, it's not dollars that are appropriated to LAHSA in the budget. It's dollars that we would use to pay for the services to keep those beds open. So again, if that was part of the CLA's calculation on moving half of all of the dollars that we are spending on interim housing to the UB, that would be consistent with the instruction, but if you wanted to take that out, that's up to the committee.
Great, thank you. And I know right now is not the time to discuss, right? So we can
No,
discuss later. Thank you.
no, okay, so, colleagues, oh, yeah,
I also wanted to see if we could talk about the graffiti abatement dollars that are being cut in the GCP.
do you want to talk about it or restore
Put
it?
on the list, if possible, to discuss?
We can discuss it,
Okay,
but we can't restore anything unless you have an offset.
okay. Well, like Councilmember McCosker said.
You have 15
choose
minutes. All right, colleagues, just a reminder, if you're proposing reducing a cut or adding or changing a service, you're going to need to identify the offset right when we come back for this committee to consider
I'm sorry, just listening to you.
Oh, okay. So we're going to take a 15-minute break so that we can all talk to our teams about all of this, and then come back and we'll go through it one by one. We'll come back at 4:25 and then go through this list that the Madam CLA. Is there anything else?
No, nothing
Is
else.
that okay?
Was that list complete enough?
I think that's complete, yeah.
Okay,
You
great.
did great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
In the wake of the LA wildfires, the city's emergency management department wants Angelinos to know that May is Wildfire Awareness Month. Wildfires are unplanned fires that burn in areas like forests, grasslands, and in places with dry brush or heavy vegetation. Depending on weather conditions, these dangerous fires can spread quickly and can devastate the natural landscape, along with neighborhoods and communities. The Emergency Management Department suggests preparing a personal and family communication plan that details how loved ones will communicate and reconnect in the event of a wildfire. Keep a list of your emergency contacts, set up group text in your phone, use social media to share your status, and practice the plan with your family. For more information, visit emergency.lacity.gov/newsletters. A free digital guide to Los Angeles City Hall, which allows users to explore the building's history, architecture, and legacy, is now available online. The guide was made by Project Restore, a nonprofit which uses public-private funding to support historic restorations and upkeep of LA landmarks and public spaces. According to Project Restore, the guide brings behind-the-scenes stories of LA City Hall to life with video, audio commentary, and curated content. Points of interest in the guide include ceiling murals, the Zodiac Medallion, Rotunda Floor and Dome, the Council Chambers, and Mayoral Portrait Gallery. Users can access the free digital guide to LA City Hall via desktop, mobile browser, and on the Bloomberg Connects app. For more information, visit projectrestorela.org/digital-guide. The Port of Los Angeles is celebrating 10 years of its public access investment plan, which puts 10% of its operating income back into the community. According to the Port, the plan links cargo success to community investment and involves greater public input into building projects. Since 2015, the Port has invested over $400 million into San Pedro and Wilmington Harbor communities through waterfront projects, initiatives, and education. Recently completed projects include Wilmington Waterfront, San Pedro Town Square, and road improvements for West Harbor, which is due to open in 2026. New planned public access projects will be announced by the Port later this year. For more information, see the News Release Archive tab at portoflosangeles.org/news.
Over 4,000 choking-related deaths occur each year, with the very young and the elderly being the most at-risk groups. The key to helping someone survive a choking incident is being able to immediately recognize the signs they are in trouble. These are the most common signs someone is choking. One or both of their hands clutched to the throat. Look of panic, shock, or confusion. Inability to talk or cough. Color changing to blue or gray. If the person can cough forcefully, encourage them to keep coughing. If the person cannot cough or talk, you need to quickly take action and perform abdominal thrusts. For an adult, stand behind the person with one foot slightly in front of the other for balance. Wrap your arms around the waist and tip the person forward slightly. Make a fist and put it just above the person's navel. Grasp your fist with your other hand and press it into their stomach with a quick upward thrust, as if you're trying to lift the person up. Give 5 abdominal thrusts, then check if the blockage is cleared. If it is not cleared, repeat as needed. If the person is pregnant or you cannot get your arms around their stomach, give chest thrust instead. Put your hands at the base of the breastbone. Press hard into the chest with a quick thrust. Perform 5 thrusts and check if the blockage is cleared. If the person becomes unconscious, you will need to begin CPR and contact 911.
It isn't flashy. It isn't loud. Safe to say, it's not for everyone. But since 1869, it's been our way. To be unrivaled means being the best of the best of the best. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, one most people will never even witness. We set the table for what it takes to be the most highly regarded law enforcement agency in the world. Surrounded by like-minded souls, we learn together, grow together, protect together. Being unrivaled is a transformative commitment, a marriage between a calling and a lifestyle, a decoration we live by day in and day out. It's doing the work expecting nothing in return. It's training relentlessly to save one more life. It's upholding justice, no matter the cost. There are no shortcuts. It demands your all. Only those who dare will come to appreciate the perseverance and sacrifice required. But those who do will wear the badge that protects the city of dreams. LAPD, unrivaled since 1869.
scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. And no matter what our city faces, LA never, ever gives up.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Folks, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Present.
Councilmember Hutt. Here. Councilmember McCosker.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to state each item we called special. If you called it, I'm going to ask you to explain your case. If it calls for new money, tell us where you're proposing that equivalent amount comes out of. And then if anyone else wants to say anything about that, then we'll just vote on whether to add the recommendation to the report. Does that make sense?
It does, unless we're all looking at the same pools of money. But yes, it does make sense. You're the chair.
Better to go at the beginning then. All right, we're going to begin. Councilwoman Hernandez, you pulled DV funding, asking that it get moved to Con Plan versus Represent LA. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that we can't use CDBG for the full gamut of Represent LA. The survivor services are already being paid partially by CDBG funds, so we know that they qualify. What I'm saying is, can we move 1 million of general funds that are going to survivor services to the Represent LA piece, and the 1 million identified in CDBG funds to go to the survivor services?
So it's a swap.
It's just a swap.
All right, colleagues, anyone want to say anything about this? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Well, the concern would be that inevitably, when the feds cut the CDBG money, that means we're going to end up with less money for DV. That's the concern, as opposed to if we don't have the swap, then the DV money is more protected because it's general fund. So it's concerning to me because we're putting the DV money at risk.
Okay, does anyone else want to say anything about this? Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like the CLA's opinion on the swap.
So when this item was brought forward to us during the committee discussions, CIFD made a very compelling argument about why these funds were necessary. Consequently, the discussion led us to include the full amount to keep the funding level. In addition to that, some of these beds will also count toward the Alliance settlement as well, which is also beneficial. Since in the last few days, we understand the consolidated plan has been released, and yes, Mr. Blumenfield, you are correct in that If those funds go away next year, then yes, we will have another hole to dig out of. But in the meantime, for the upcoming year, there is funding set aside for survivor services within the consolidated plan. And so Ms. Hernandez is correct in that we could remove some of the general fund that we have set aside here and use the consolidated plan monies to make up the difference, and that would result in a general fund savings. And in theory, those general fund savings then could be made available for anything else that you have discussed or not. So if you wanted to do that, you would basically reduce that item here of increasing the 4.486. You would reduce it, I think it was about $1 million for Represent LA. You would reduce that to 3.486. You would create a new line item for Represent LA. That's how you would do it. And then there would be no net impact.
So what you're saying is the impact to CDBG that may come under the president's proposed budget wouldn't impact what we already have here?
So there could potentially be an impact on the consolidated plan in the following year, not in 25, 26, but the following year. So 25, 26 has money set aside in the consolidated plan for survivor services. So we think we may be covered there. And so therefore, if we are covered on that side, it creates a general fund savings on this side. And then therefore, that makes the general fund savings here available to be reallocated.
Okay. Okay, everyone?
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Clear? Okay. So so how do we do this?
So if you wish to move forward, we would reduce that item to 3.486 and create a new line item for Represent LA.
Okay. Should we vote on that? Do we need to vote on this? Yeah, let's vote on
yes.
this.
But we are then prioritizing this $1 million for Represent LA above any other restoration. Like, we could use that money to restore those positions in the fire department or anything else.
It is your discretion. You could also put it in the reserve fund.
Right. So, I mean, you're saying it's a swap that would net general fund, but now I think the question is, if we had another $1 million, what would we put it to?
And I think Ms. Hernandez is making the argument that it should go toward that, and certainly any member can make an argument it can go to any other priority project.
So what makes the most sense here? Should we tally this as $1 million cost savings that we can come back to after we've had a conversation about all the other things?
Sure.
Otherwise, we're
Sure.
making decisions about
Sure.
savings we've created.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Then we will
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I just did want to uplift that in this moment where we have a federal administration coming into our districts, into our neighborhoods, now is not the time to turn our backs on those communities. And I know that we've had arguments on this floor about Represent LA, and I'm going to keep fighting because our immigrant communities hold a lot of our local economies down. And while the federal government has turned their back on them, we can't do the same here in Los Angeles. Thank you, Chairman.
And certainly agree with that, 100%. I mean, I was there when we started this pilot program as a pilot program because we had Trump coming in office, even though this was way outside of our jurisdiction as a city, but we took it on, even though it doesn't limit itself to Angelenos, but we took it on because exactly what you're saying, we cannot turn our back on our immigrant community and everything else. All I was saying in this budget context is that every dollar we find, we have to put into the entire discussion of all the horribles that we're dealing with, which is, proposed 1,600 people cut, and at this point, we've got it down to 600 folks who are being cut. But that's also, $1 million is 100 positions.
10?
10 positions, yes, my math is, 10, I'd like to see it be 100, but it's 10 positions, which is also very real. So, and Represent LA is really important. It's just, I think the right way to do it is to, whatever savings we come up with, then look at it and then overall decide how we want to spend it.
Okay, Councilmember Kosker.
In that spirit, I just want to offer up another bit of savings to put on the pile as we go through this. If looking at GCP, Item 42, immigration integration. The allocation helps design programs with city departments and partners to actively help arriving and current immigrants in Los Angeles to access services that will allow them to thrive. $750,000 before the 10% cut. I'll just put that on the pile as something we can use when we get to the end of this discussion.
I think to restore that.
I'm saying, take that money and put it on the list that Sharon's keeping. And when we get to the end, when we start saying that we're going to put money into this program or that program, let's use that 750. My guess is we're going to have a set of things we want to save, and we are probably all going to be looking at a few pots of money. I'm just trying to make the pot a little bigger.
Okay, which page is that?
I'm sorry.
This is going back to the main document, to GCP, and in our original document, it's page 925. Under general city purposes, it's item 42, and it was budgeted for 750 before we did the cut of 10%. But it's immigration integration, and it seems to align with a goal of providing services to immigrants. And it was cut 75,000.
Do we know what it's used for right now?
Nope.
All right, I'm a little wary of going in and eliminating programs that we don't really know.
I'm a little worried of funding programs that we don't really know.
So those funds are allocated to the mayor's office under the general city purposes budget.
Okay? And?
I'm just commenting where they're allocated.
Thank you.
All right, so I think what we're going to do is bifurcate the vote on this one. The first vote is on, to use con plan for DV funds that would free up the $1 million of general fund.
Yes.
Councilmember Yoroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. So now we're going to, the second piece of that, voting on cutting immigration integration line item from GCP, we're going to put that at the end. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to trade and commerce relations. Amount in GCP to the UB. Councilmember McCosker, do you want to just, in a couple sentences, remind us what this is?
I want to put this money into the UB because it may not be necessary for this purpose. I wanted to look back at the MOU that we have with the Port of Los Angeles that designates all of the categories of city services that the port pays for, and see if this could be one of the many services that they reimburse the general city side for. Ideally, we'd find out in a few weeks after the budget is adopted that it can be funded by the port, and then that money in the UB could be freed up for something else.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez, did you have a question on this or the last one?
The last
The
one.
last one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's finish this and we can go back to that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Colleagues, when you're calling your item, can you go to the page and line for us? So
Sure. I'm going to ask the CLA to help me with that. I don't have them, but between the two of us, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's
Can you
on
tell
page,
us?
it's on page 10. The reduction of the 10% is on page 10 of our CLA report.
Okay. Can we, any comments, questions, thoughts, or are we ready to vote on this? Moving to the UB. Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Yoroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're going to go back to one. Councilwoman Hernandez, you had a comment or question on the DV funding?
Yes, I would actually like to make a motion to have that 1 million go to represent LA, please.
Okay, so instead of voting on that right now, because there's a bunch of things that we want to fund, I'd ask that you make that motion after we know how much money we have and what all the asks are, so that we're having one conversation about how much do we have and how much, what are we trying to find funding for?
I agree with you, Councilwoman, but you also asked us to find the offsets. And for me, that move was the offset, right? Like, I'm uplifting Represent LA, and the offset was swapping the money. So I know that at the end, we're gonna look at all the money we got and we're gonna figure out what we fund. but I did what I was told, which is find the offset to the program and the line item. And that was the move that we were talking about.
I second.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you get to decide just because you find the money that your choice is going to be uplifted over all the others. I think we have to have, that may be the best, highest and best use of that money, but just because you get called on first or just because you're the one who identifies the money. I mean, departments do this to us all the time. They say, oh, I found this money here, therefore I'm going to spend it here. And we say, no, that's not how it works. We have to look holistically at everything. I'm not saying that's not the highest and best use, but I'm uncomfortable just that the person who calls it gets to spend it how they want.
Then
I'll
what
vote.
what was the purpose of the chairwoman telling us, if you're going to uplift things, find the offsets? I found the offset, and I know it's not about me. I know that we got to vote as a whole committee.
Right.
But the instruction was find the offset, and that was the move that we have presented.
So Councilwoman, I will just say I think that there's going to be support for this, but I just ask that we do it all at the end.
Yes, I'm down to do that at the end.
And just bring the motion at the end, and we can, that way, I appreciate that you did what I asked you to do, but at the same time, I think, we all have to be in consensus about what we're offsetting with what. So let's come back to it. You bring your motion at the end, and we'll vote on your motion at the end.
Great, thank you.
All right.
And my question then is that going to be the practice for the rest of the ones that are brought up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Consistency.
Thank you.
All right. We voted on Councilmember McCosker's, right? Okay. Moving on to fire, Councilmember Blumenfield, you asked us about finding additional mechanics positions beyond what we already restored per the report, but no offset was identified. Do you have an offset?
I don't.
Okay, so
I'd put that in the mix of the things that we'll consider for the different offsets that we do find.
okay.
I mean, I could name the same offset. I could say the $1 million that we've just found in general fund from, I'll do that just for the sake of argument. So we'll offset that with the $1 million from the general fund that we offset with the CDBG swap.
And what's the cost of the additional mechanics position?
$2 million, so it would do about half.
It'll be that item was 2.457. I don't know if there's a subset that could be done of mechanics only.
And I'm not saying that's the highest and best use, I'm just saying, just so that we have all options on the table.
Okay. So do we need to vote on this? Should we vote on this? Or
I think if you are entertaining the idea of any add backs, that those all be held at the end.
Okay, we'll come back to this one then. Okay, so building decarb, CD3, there was a conversation, Mr. McCosker, about the funding and potential alternative uses of the funding. It's $3.265 million.
Can I speak to it?
Yes, although I believe it was Mr. McCosker who pulled it special.
Yes, I did. I called that one special, and I would like to just put it into the category of the entire amount to be able to use for the different add-ins that we are considering. For example, I will be later talking about the $1.9 million for gang reduction and youth development. So my proposal would be to eliminate that money and that program entirely and use that money to fund the things that we're discussing.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
And I'd like to call BOE up. And while they're coming up, just a couple of comments. I mean, decarbonization or greenhouse gas emissions elimination has been our focus as a council and a priority for years, especially recently. Much of the money we allocated in recent years has actually been either programmed or functionally appropriated, which I understand to mean from BOE that it's money that's crucial to projects that are already in progress. For us, colleagues, we need to understand that we're talking about both getting our property ready for renewable assets like solar and batteries via DWP and having them highly leveraged, but intelligently replacing end-of-life equipment to save tax dollars long-term. Like many of the policy areas in this budget, I don't think that anyone thought that these projects would be completely defunded. We had almost $50 million last year in our own landmark national leading policy on decarbonization. So I'd like BOE to explain what the decarb projects are, how they were integrated into other projects, and what at the very least that this $3 million that is recommended by CLA, what would that help us do, and what would it prevent from happening?
It's 2.4, isn't it? 2.457? The one I'm talking about is 2.457.
It's 3 million. 2.457 is the fire department, fire supply and maintenance.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit?
I'm sorry, the 2.457 was
Thank you.
fire supply and maintenance.
Thank you. That was the wrong page. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Ted Allen, City Engineer with the Bureau of Engineering. So the decarb projects that are underway, this funding would go towards those that were described in Table 2 of our memo, which actually there was a need for $9 million. So that was part of the discussion, is figuring out how much and what would go to what projects. That would be directed to the Municipal Facilities Committee if that was the suggestion, which is also the recommendation, to figure out which projects would need this the most. But to answer the question of which projects and how these are linked to the projects, so the projects listed in that table: Benjamin Franklin Branch Library decarbonization, Lankershim Arts Center decarbonization, Las Palmas Senior Center decarbonization, and the Phase 1 pilot. Oh, that was the contingency is the other line item. These are part of larger projects that are, one is, I think, just about to get underway. The others are also finished with permitting. So this decarbonization work is oftentimes HVAC or maybe solar, electrical. It's described a little bit more in the report what components go with which project. But these projects are already through plan check. So if the decarb funding is not there, these are essential components to the project. It will require either pausing and delaying the projects, or at a minimum re-permitting, redesigning, re-permitting, because like projects have to have HVAC, to function in the renovation. So if they were relying on this funding for their HVAC, say for example, they will need to either eliminate the HVAC work or find a different, cheaper, non-energy efficient method, which wouldn't be preferred. So that was the recommendation, that if we had recommended to do all of those, we would need about $9 million. And so I think with this $3 million, a little over $3 million, it would be up to Municipal Facilities Committee to identify which components are most crucial to keep those projects moving forward this year.
But just to be clear, so these are projects that are actively under construction, that that if we or permitted, if you yank out the decarb piece, either if you have to go back for permitting or redo it, it could end up costing more money at the end of the day to do these projects. Not to mention substantial delay on projects that the city has been focused on for years.
Yeah, my understanding is that at least one of these may have started construction, or they may not have, because we're not doing the non-decarb part. I think General Services Department may be able to answer the current status. But yes, the redesign, resubmitting for plan check would result in extra cost, or delaying the project also could result in extra cost.
So I think it'd be
Councilman,
penny wise and pound foolish. But.
Councilmember McCosker has a follow-up or different question to that?
No, but to follow up on that, one of the projects has started, one of them? And then I would ask the obvious question, what is the likelihood of spending the $3 million in the fiscal year?
Oh, they're all scheduled to start by July 1 or about July 1, but I believe one of them may have started the non-decarb side. Our Table 1 were the ones that were already in active construction, and Table 2 were those that were about to immediately commence with construction.
So on Table 1, for the Benjamin Franklin, the Lancashire, the Las Palmas, and the Phase 1 pilot projects, I guess there's 2, you're saying that they will begin on July 1. This is going to be the first time in the history of city that I've heard about a date that we're going to hit, and they're going to complete in a year, and you're going to spend the money in 1 year? And I would like you to work on a project in my district if that's possible.
Well, no, yeah, so we broke out how much of the funding we thought would be needed in fiscal year 25, 26, so that table subtotaled how much. But for those particular projects, yes, the staff estimated that they would spend the whole amount of funding other than the contingency portion in 25, 26. These are renovation projects done by GSD, so it's a little different.
Okay, degree of difficulty gets got a little harder after you said that. So you actually believe that this work is going to happen in the fiscal year, and then what do you do about the other $6 million?
Well, that's the challenge Municipal Facilities Committee will need to deal with, because even if the $3 million, with the funding that's there, it's not enough to do all of these, so Municipal Facilities Committee would probably have to defer 1 or 2 of these and let one go forward, or find ways to kind of, as you're suggesting, have them span over multiple fiscal years and then partially fund all 3 of them and, you know, schedule the work a little bit later.
Okay.
Oh. Anyone else? Comments, questions, thoughts? Okay. Let's vote. So the special called by Mr. McCosker was to eliminate the funding for decarb and use for other funds, and this would go towards the, like, I call it rack up at the end?
Right.
Okay. Let's vote.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
No?
Councilmember Hutt?
Yep.
Councilmember McCosker?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Next one is the Care Plus teams. This is on page 18. This is related to the 17th Care Plus team for 2 regions. We cut the CD13 team but maintained these 2 subregions. In this year, my feeling is that this may not be a year for regional specific teams, except for the one that we're required under settlement to provide in Skid Row. I would like to add back in another citywide Care Plus team, however, to handle ABH and other interim housing sites. So my proposal is to swap the Venice Grand Avenue team to citywide to focus on ABH sites, or I'd be amenable to adding an 18th team to restore some of the citywide work, but we'd have to put that in the bucket at the end for if there's what the savings look like. So the first proposal would be to swap the regional team that covers Grand Avenue and Venice for a citywide team that's focused on ABH sites. And then separately, I would say if we want to consider expanding Care Plus to another citywide team, I would add that at the end. So can we vote on the first piece, which is swapping the regional team to a citywide one focused on ABH? And Councilwoman Hernandez has a comment or question.
Yes, thank you. And from my understanding, these teams, especially the Grand Avenue team, there was an assessment done around the trash collection, the tonnage, that made it so that that area required a specific team. And so if we could, I would prefer the second option that you brought up. So keeping those teams and adding another regional team, I think, so that there is no disturbance in the trash collection right now that happens in some of our most impacted districts, like Council District 9 and others that are on that corridor.
So can we get confirmation from someone who might know? Mr. Szabo, do you happen to know if we are obligated to use some revenues collected for the Grand Avenue team that's required to be spent on a Grand Avenue team? Does anyone have an answer to that? Maybe Barbara Romero's here. Would you mind coming up and speaking to that, please?
Good afternoon, Barbara Romero, General Manager of Valley Sanitation Environment. The question about whether we have to spend money there, I don't know that part, but I do know that we established that team on Grand Avenue because of the chronic need and the security issues that we encountered there. So, and it was when we didn't have designated teams for each of the council districts. So that, at that point, it was disrupting because we had to constantly redeploy teams to Grand Avenue. So when we started having a team there, then it didn't impact the other operations. So it's just a dense encampment area. That's all and that's why it was part of the original base budget.
And what about Venice? Is there, I mean, you
Yes,
spoke, Councilwoman Hernandez, to there being some sort of an assessment so you don't know, you can't speak to the assessment piece.
I can speak to the assessment. So Operation Healthy Streets was established in 2012, and that was the Skid Row team, and also Venice. And that was because of the county, public health, I don't know if I want to call it. At that point, we were asked for a public health to address Venice, and so Operation Healthy Streets is 4 days in Skid Row and 1 day in Venice. So Venice does get handled through Operation Healthy Streets. So it's basically when we started Care Plus, we used that same model to deploy citywide in 2014, 2016. But in terms of the first question, I don't know in terms of credits, but we do a clean stat across the city that we do, encampment assessments. And it was determined at that point that those two areas needed additional support.
Okay, and when was that done?
We do it once a quarter.
Once a quarter. So the most recent determination is that those, of all the places across the city, Grand Avenue, Venice, and Skid Row are the ones that are the highest priority for extra cleaning.
Yes, from what staff tells me of those three locations.
Okay.
And we can go over, dive in deeper into, further, because as we get funding, as I talked about the illegal dumping, you guys supported option A, that as we get money, we can start converting more teams if we keep the illegal dumping teams, because we'll have the staff. We can look at where are the chronic locations that will, have an order of, if we say, okay, where's the 19th team going to go? Where's the 20? As we restore,
Okay.
we can do that and work with all of you to look at that.
Okay. Council Member McCosker.
While we have you here for the discussion later, if we were to establish an ABH team, is that annual cost about $3 million?
Yes.
Per team?
Yes. It's
Even if it covered the whole city?
Yeah, because it's one Care Plus team. So as I mentioned when I came up earlier, we had 4 ABH teams for 19 locations. And so that would mean that we would get a rotation of one a month.
For each ABH, though?
If we do citywide, we go citywide. If there's 19.
And the equity there would be, if you had 3 in your district, you would get 3, once a month, 1 a month for each. And then if you had 1 in your district, you'd get 1. If you had none in your district, you'd get none.
Yeah, because if it's for ABH, yeah.
Yep. Okay, there's some equity to that. a dedicated ABH team.
I mean,
Okay.
that's where the focus, the more ABH sites you had, the more service you were given at that point. But that was,
Councilmember McCosker.
I have a proposal. Establish an ABH, dedicated ABH team citywide, and the offset would be at page 14. There is, the last entry is police and the unappropriated balance. It's $8 million for additional overtime patrols in the vicinity of a bridge home or interim housing sites. Reduce that amount to $5 million and move over $3 million to a dedicated ABH team. It has poetry to it because the entire amount is used for safety and cleanliness around the ABHs.
Okay. So, yes.
How does that work? I mean, in terms of the, that money is used for the LAPD that goes out with ABH teams?
No, it just says overtime patrols, or
It's
extra
overtime.
patrols.
It's patrols around ABHs, and I don't believe that every district, I don't want to speak for other council members, but I don't think everybody really avails themselves of it. I think it's just patrols around ABHs as we promised to the community, although some folks have made a decision that it's not a service that serves their district. I, for one, use it and like it and would use my proportional share, but I think it would be equitable, or it would be fair to say that we would reduce that amount of money and put it into a dedicated clean team.
Okay. So it would be reduced by the amount, the cost of a team, and it would be to do Care Pluses around ABH sites, a citywide team. And that would be a reduction of $3 million from the $8 million for overtime.
Yes, precisely.
Okay. Let's vote on that.
Okay, Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
Yes.
Wait.
Oh,
wait.
Sorry.
We did
You need
say,
to you need to raise your hand higher, please.
I was processing.
Councilwoman.
I was processing. Didn't we say we were going to wait till the end?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so
Thank you.
sorry. So,
yeah.
so do we need to vote on the reduction now?
Well,
It would be helpful for tracking purposes
Okay,
for
let's-
us if you would vote on the reduction.
so I will bifurcate. Let's take $3 million out of the police UB money for overtime around ABHs. So it'll be $5 million, and then $3 million goes into that pot. And then when the time comes, I'm going to be looking for that money for the stated purpose I just described, but we'll save it at the end because I'm sure other people will be grabbing for that money.
Yeah, it's, the tricky part is that I would support the reduction given the symmetry of the addition. So, you know, what I understand, it's hard to split hairs on that, but it,
Then you
you
can
know,
vote to add it back in.
whereas I don't know if I would support the reduction for just general purposes.
Right. You don't want to see it go into something that wouldn't be your value.
Well, that's true across the
I
board.
wouldn't
That's
either.
true across the board for everything, but.
Me too, so,
But in this
the
case,
math.
there's a value. But anyway, we can do it at the end, and that'll be part of all our considerations.
okay. Yes.
Chairwoman, I have two, when we talk about this funding of ABH, I also had two recommendations there. Do you want me to wait till we get to them, or can I bring it up since we're already talking about this pot of money?
Is it how to spend our money?
Yes. And
You can mention it now, and we'll take it up at the end.
Perfect. So when we talk about the reduction in LA's Best and the reduction to the graffiti abatement, my proposal was going to be to take that out of the ABH fund as well, to fund those services that would be citywide.
Okay, so it's 3 million out?
No, it would be less than $1 million. The cut to the graffiti abatement was about 550,000, around that, 500,000, and then the LA's Best was like 74,000 or 72,000.
Okay, so these are two potential add-ins at the end.
Thank you.
Yep. We need to vote on the removal of the 3 million for overtime.
Okay.
Anybody else before we do that? Okay.
Can we make it, the 3 million would just cover the team, the care team. Do we want to add a little more? Can we move 3.7 million?
Let's bifurcate it, because I don't know that everyone's going to vote for the second part of that.
Okay.
So let's vote on the 3 million with the assumption that that might be used for a Care Plus team at ABH sites. Does that work? And then we'll, because I'm not comfortable with necessarily, this is so, you guys are not making this easy. So we can increase it to 4 point whatever, but I don't know that everybody's going to want to increase it to 4, but they may be willing to increase it to 3. Does that make sense? So I think we do 2 votes, one on the 3 and then one on whatever you're talking about for the leftover.
Kim, before we do, can you please give us the exact amount of what that'll be for the graffiti abatement and the 5% on the LA's, or for LA's Best? The 5%? Just because it's not even $1 million.
No, it would be somewhere like 600 and something.
Great.
Yeah, LA's Best is being, oh, I can't tell. It'll be about $72,000 restoration to LA Best. The graffiti abatement was $550, so it'd be $622,000 roughly.
Great,
So
thank you.
I do need to clarify, I mean, is this LAPD overtime supporting Care Pluses? And so if we're cutting, or is this really just extra patrols around ABH sites?
So the intent of that money was to restore overtime for patrols at ABH sites.
But not associated with Care Pluses?
No.
That's a different bucket of money.
I would assume so, but this is what this was intended. Years
Okay.
ago, there was a roughly $8 million figure that was set aside for folks, for council members who agreed to take on ABH sites. And one of the things that was provided for was the overtime patrols that were associated with them. And this was intended to replace that. Now, it is not necessarily to support any of the Care Plus work. It could, but it wasn't intended necessarily tied to it.
Okay.
Related to that, is there a different bucket of money for the LAPD overtime or for Care Plus?
I am not aware, the overtime
I don't-
account is rather large, so how LAPD allocates the overtime, I think this goes to Ms. Hernandez's request to see how the allocations are handled, but there is not a separate appropriation for Care Plus police overtime.
I think this money probably has been, as a practical matter, been used for those things.
It could or could not have been. I can't answer that.
Is there someone who can? Because I don't want to take money away from this if it's supporting a Care Plus team, and we're adding a new Care Plus team. Mr. Zabo?
There's no specific carve-out for Care Plus OT in the overtime schedule. It's just been managed, the department has been managing the deployment on an as-needed basis.
Okay.
In my experience, if I may, in my experience, when needed, we are using regular patrol, regular hours of our in my case, in our 2 stations to support Care Plus when necessary. The overtime that I'm familiar with is extra patrols in off hours, essentially, around ABHs as needed, and it's on request.
And that's the overtime that had in prior budgets been set aside in that $8 million amount for the additional patrols around ABH.
And so the question, colleagues, is do we want to use that for extra patrols around ABHs or for extra cleaning around ABHs? That's the question. Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez, and then I want us to vote on the 3 million.
Thank you. Can you please tell us what the overall LAPD overtime budget line item is, the amount?
It's a little over 200 million.
So $200 million already goes to LAPD overtime, and we're just talking about crumbs with the 8 million. But I mean, I'm saying that, not you. I'm just saying that.
Well, and I'd like to point out that at least half of it is reimbursable overtime that comes from the MTA. So it's not all general fund. A large portion of it is reimbursable overtime.
Great, so it's about like $100 million then?
Roughly.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on how much it actually means. Thank you.
But toward that point, and I hear your point, is every year they spend more than $100 million. We know that's one of the weaknesses in this budget is that overtime is going to be higher. And when that happens, what they do is they put it on the credit card. They bank the time. So then as a city, we're spending credit, we're spending high interest on this in the way it works, and it ends up being very bad for us financially as a city to have the police bank more and more overtime. What we're doing here, well, although it may make sense because I agree with where you're putting the money in, my big fear is that it's financially bad for the city because it's going to cause us to bank more and more overtime.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. But just for clarity's sake, don't they, LAPD have to come back to us in order to start banking? Like, doesn't that account have to be zeroed out before they can start banking? Can I get some clarity on that? Because if that is the case, then they can come back to us before that happens.
It's my understanding that LAPD has the ability to bank without zeroing out their overtime account.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I think, colleagues, we need to start moving. We're hopelessly stuck here. So the question is whether we vote on the $3 million, moving it out of that overtime account and potentially to use it on the back end for a new Care Plus team. We really have to get moving.
I know, I understand.
And we're going to do the extra one after.
I understand, but also we said we would do these all at the end, and I would ask that we do all of them at the end if we're going to vote through them.
We're not voting on it now.
Okay.
We're just voting on the $3 million.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, but you said we're voting
Sorry,
on $3 million?
$3 million out of the overtime savings.
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion
Okay,
carries.
great. So that's $3 more million. And then Councilwoman Hernandez, you wanted to take an additional what? What was that, a number, CLA, Madam CLA?
Yes, I believe that Councilwoman Hernandez would like to put in the add back list a restoration for LA Best at about 70,000 plus grid at 550. That would be about 620,000.
Graffiti, right?
I'm sorry, graffiti.
Okay.
And move the 625 from the ABH funds. And move the 625 from the ABH funds for that.
The overtime.
Yes.
Okay. Any comment or conversation on that, team?
Just when we think about public safety, it's an ecosystem. And in my district, getting graffiti down, and I know a lot of districts, getting graffiti down quickly prevents more people from getting shot, prevents them from getting killed. It is part of making sure that our law enforcement officers also have an ecosystem that backs them up. Graffiti removal does that. And LA's Best, it's all of our districts that would be impacted by this. Last year, we cut over, in our last budget, I think it was $2.5 million or $1 million that we cut from after-school programs. That program allowed my mom to be able to go to work and know that I was going to be safe. And I know that's for a lot of families here in LA. And that's also public safety, knowing that your kids are not out on the street, but that they're in a safe place. So that's why I'm uplifting this. And it's the whole city. It wouldn't be just district by district. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez, I'm sorry, I just want to make one comment as it related to this 550,000 because as I indicated earlier today, our office worked very hard with departments to identify funding to actually support some of the add backs that they requested. I will tell you that this $550,000 came directly from the Bureau, from the board. And they said it was available as savings to help offset some of their restorations. So if that is not the case and that money is not available for offsetting the restorations I'm sorry to be interjecting in this, but if that money is not available and they need to keep it for graffiti, then really what we should be thinking about is actually reducing some of their add backs.
Okay. Anybody else?
I just want to be clear what we're voting on. We're voting on taking another $700,000 out of the fund, not where it goes.
Correct.
Yeah, but I think Ms. Hernandez was commenting about adding it to the bucket of adding back, but maybe instead of trying to add it back, maybe you delete the position that they said that they can restore with those funds. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Can we vote?
That would be a no vote then if we were for that recommendation.
I would just say move the money.
Okay, so the motion by Councilwoman Hernandez is to move the additional money out of the overtime account in the amount of?
$622,000.
$622,000. No. Well, sure. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
No.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
No?
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're on Public Works Street Service. The risk management position in curb ramp group, and this relates to Willits. Councilmember Blumenfield, you wanted to maybe sub some positions?
Yeah, and I could have the department come up and explain it. Mr. Mozane. Jose, if you want to explain this, what the need is for it and how you would do it without funding.
So for the risk manager position, basically, the Bureau of Street Services, we have approximately, say, 1,100 positions that requires 4 safety engineers or risk managers, basically, to manage our workforce. And this keeps us in compliance with Cal OSHA to do commercial vehicle training, licensing, claims, and process documents. But also, Street Services, not only a high-hazard construction or division, but we're also a manufacturer, which brings a lot of regulations and requirements. We have no dedicated industrial hygienists to fulfill mandated surveys on both construction and manufacturing of asphalt. And this particular risk manager brings not only safety and risk experience, but especially industrial hygiene. We'd be able to fund this through Fund 100, Department 86, Account 7350, which is equipment, and basically would cover the entire cost of the salary.
Okay, so I make the motion we restore the position, given that they have an alternative funding source that's not general fund.
Okay. Any more comments, questions? You vote on this? Any objection? Can we just vote unanimous? Yes?
Yes.
Can we do that, Madam Clerk? Or do you want to call the roll?
Guess we'll just go ahead and call the roll.
Okay.
Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
Okay, next up is the prospect of moving SEMO to EMD. The grant that's funding the positions is short-term. In the long run, planning for climate emergencies and mitigation for climate change should, I think, be in the Emergency Management Department. And so I'm asking for folks' aye vote. Is there any concern about this? Comment, thoughts? Do we want to talk about it?
Can you remind us your page number, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. The SEMO to EMD, can you tell us where, Madam CLA, that is? What page?
It's on page 25, according to Cheryl, and attachment A on
All right,
first
page
page.
25 and attachment A.
Yes.
So that's the recommendation. If you talk to EMD, they're happy to take this work on. Anyone want to talk about this? Are we ready to vote on it?
Sorry, could you say it again?
Sure. So moving SEMO from the Board of Public Works to EMD, the grant that they've received is short-term, and in the long run, planning for climate emergencies and mitigation for climate change should be, I think, in the Emergency Management Department. So I'm asking for folks' aye vote. In questions, comments? Tally the vote.
Okay. Councilmember Yurlowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt. Aye. Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We need to quickly go back to street services. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, there was two pieces to it, and I apologize I didn't pull it up before. They were both cost neutral. One was the risk manager, which we just discussed, and the other was the transfer of the curb ramp crews from the Willets to the resurfacing, which is Memo 208. Mr. Mosé, if you're still here, yeah, if you could come up and explain this one as well. Sorry, I inadvertently thought we were doing them both, but we only did one, so.
So we request to bring crews back from Bureau.
Closer, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so we would request that we bring the crews back from Bureau of Engineering that are doing Willets work. This is 46 positions that will be dedicated to access ramps for our pavement preservation program, and they'd be able to start work immediately. We would need approximately $13 million to perform that work.
Well, it sounds like it's more money, but tell us how you're doing this without a general fund impact.
Well, I have to defer to the CAO on that because I do not have an offset for that.
Okay. CAO, is there something on this that, because my understanding was that this was, the transfer of the crews, you were able to do it without impacting the general fund, is that, or this is a $13 million request, which I didn't understand.
It'll be, for us, it would be we'd have to fund the crews to do the work. The crews would have to be funded.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Daisy Bonilla, Office of the CAO. For the pavement preservation program, there is funding available within SB1 and Measure R. We did not, as an office, recommend to use those funding because SB1, which is the large bulk of the funding, is reimbursement only. We don't do direct costs, so we would have to front fund it with the general fund and then be reimbursed by SB1. So that's why we don't call it cost neutral. The other option is Measure R. There's about $5.5 million in Measure R funding for this work, but that's not an ongoing source of funding, so that's why we didn't recommend that either.
Why is that not an ongoing source of funding?
Because the revenue fluctuates, and a good portion of that funding is used towards capital projects.
Right, although how much do we get each year?
Unfortunately, I'm not the special fund analyst for that, so I don't know it off the top of my head.
But I mean, way above. All revenue fluctuates. I mean, we get this revenue every year. The curb cut stuff is really important because we can't do, we're not doing resurfacing because we're not able to do the curb cuts. And without having these crews, we literally are not, we've slowed us down to nothing. This is the choke point. My understanding, this was a special fund swap in essence, and it sounds like it is with the Measure R, using the Measure R as an ongoing source of funds, at least ongoing for the next year or two.
Yeah, the sidewalk repair fund is funded through various special funds, including the general fund. So the positions are currently being paid for through that fund and other special fund sources. So there is a potential impact if we were to switch the positions, because like I said before, SB1 doesn't do direct cost, they only do reimbursement, and that's the majority of the funding.
So could we do some of this with Measure R funds and get them some street crews?
So Selena Kuhn with the Office of the CAO. I am the analyst for the Measure R Fund. So just to give you a sense, for 25-26, the Measure R revenue is about $60 million. But just 2/3 of that revenue, we do fund with departmental appropriations as well as related cost reimbursements. So there's probably about another 20 or $15 million that we do fund capital projects. So we were to now use that money, a portion of that money to fund staffing costs for BSS. That will limit our capability for future years to fund capital expenses.
Right.
So that's the reason why we wouldn't want to add more ongoing costs, but because it'll just limit our capability to fund capital expenses in the future.
Although we can always cut those positions, and just like we're proposing cutting them this year, we could always cut them in the future years. So, I mean, the swap in the department memo 208 was talking about this as a swap.
It is a swap, but I think the CAO didn't recommend it for precisely these reasons.
Councilmember, we would prefer if you want that service added, to suggest to your colleagues that it be service that's restored with savings that can be identified, either here or subsequent to the adoption of the budget.
As opposed to using Measure R?
Yes.
And the only reason you don't want to use Measure R is because there may be projects in the future that you want to use Measure R for, ongoing.
And Measure R is only 5.5 within pavement preservation, and the general manager just mentioned that they need about 13 million, so it wouldn't cover all the crews. The remainder of that funding in pavement preservation is SB1.
So what, I mean, Mr. Rosé, any ideas on that? Could we do the 5.5?
I'll accept partial funding, not only be able to bring back, say.
I can't hear you, sorry.
I'd accept partial funding, yes. And I'd be only able to bring back, say, 2 crews.
Okay, so I would propose we do that at the very least. So I guess motion to restore $5.5 million worth of crews to do critical HLA curb cuts so that we can continue to do the streets, and that could be the swap that comes out of Measure R. So there's no, certainly this year, there's no general fund impact, and in future years, we'll see how that plays out.
Are there any concerns from the CAO associated with that? You look concerned.
No, if that's the instruction from the committee, to the extent that there may need to be reductions in Measure R over the course of the year or in the future, we'll just have to deal with that at that point.
We could deal with that down the line.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments, questions, thoughts? Okay. Let's vote. I'll second Mr. Blumenfield's motion.
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye?
Councilmember Hutt. Aye. Councilmember McCusker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. Next, Exhibit H, instructions. Oh, do we have to do the risk management positions, or did we already do that? 3 positions?
That was already
Okay, we
done.
did that. Exhibit H, instructions related to, and then there's 3, the CD10 language regarding cannabis tax delinquency. We'll go first. Councilwoman Hutt, do you want to talk about or get us that language? Do we have it? Oh, here it is.
Yes, and I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I believe that we've also passed out the additional instructions, and it's to instruct the Office of Finance to report with recommendations on a tax delinquency amnesty program, Budget Memo 170 for the cannabis businesses. Oh, you
Okay.
don't have it? Okay, we'll pass it. Make sure you have a copy.
It's okay, as long as the clerk has it, that's most important. We'll get it later.
That is the first one. Are you ready for the second one? I made some adjustments.
Yeah, why don't we do one at a time? Let's take,
Sure.
That way we can talk about each separately and vote on each separately. So the first one is related to short-term rentals, and we had a bit of a conversation about that earlier. Councilwoman Hutt, do you want to talk a little bit about that, or turn it over to Councilmember Bloomfield?
Sure. So one of the things that we did is took the shot clock off of the original request. And the new instruction says, instruct the city clerk to reinstate file number 18-1246, budget memo 139 related to short-term rentals to its previous active status. So that there's not a 90-day restriction on a report back.
Okay,
And I
Councilmember.
talked to Plum Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
And I'm fine with that. I mean, at that point, it's just shortcutting, creating a motion, and it puts that idea forward, and even though I may not agree with what's in the motion, every council member has the right to do motions and to get these things. And if you want to short circuit it and get this going, I'm happy to do that and work with you on coming to some resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, all right, so let's vote on this first instruction to reinstate Council File 18-1246 related to short-term rentals.
Okay, Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes?
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. Now we're going to turn to the second instruction. Councilwoman Hutt, this instructs the Office of Finance to report with recommendations on a tax delinquency amnesty program, which is Budget Memo 170 for cannabis businesses. Do you want to speak to this, please?
Yes, we understand that folks in the social equity space are in a pickle when it comes to their taxes. I just would like a report back and some recommendations on what options are available, whether
Okay.
it's fees, taxes, what it looks like. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Anybody want anything to add here? All right, can we vote on this item?
Yes, Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
We're going to move along to Exhibit H. CD 15 had some proposed language that is being distributed right now. Councilmember McCosker, you've read it before. Do you want to just talk about it a little bit?
Sure. This is just to add an instruction that we would ask the Office of Finance to continue. The office has been looking at this, but continue to look at the investment portfolio and the investment reports that come out monthly, and provide as soon as possible, but no later than the first financial status report, some analysis as to whether there are any funds in our investment portfolio that could be used to repay general fund subsidies or pay off loans. And this is all just a potential. This is just asking for an analysis that would come after today, but during the earliest part of the budget year. And then, in addition, asking the CLA and CIO to tell us what guidance we would need and what steps we would take if there was any potential reallocations of that funding, including the interest made on particularly the general fund dollars. This is not directing that it happen. This is just asking for the very publicly available report.
Okay, I'll second that. Questions, comments? Okay, let's vote on that.
Okay, Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're moving on now to Exhibit H. CD1 had some language around consolidation. Councilwoman Hearn,
No, we skipped something on page 17,
oh,
which was the BOE positions.
Okay.
We talked about the
let's do that, sorry.
yeah, no, just before we get to the exhibits, but BOE had mentioned the 3 vacant positions that they wanted restored, that they could absorb without funding if necessary. And that was the deputy city engineer, the survey party chief 1 and survey party chief 2. I had mentioned these before and as part of our special, and Mr. Allen, if you would explain what these positions are for and how is it that you would be able to do this without additional funding?
Sure, yes, thank you. Ted Allen, city engineer. The deputy city engineer, as you all know, I'm retiring in 2 weeks. 3 of our 4 other deputies are eligible to retire, although I don't think they're going immediately, but then that position's half special funded, and so we can easily absorb, not easily, but we can hold something else vacant to absorb the general fund cost of that. But I just think for, keeping things running smoothly in all of this time of change, it would be challenging to lose it even with all of us staying there, but they're going to be going through a lot of extra change this coming year, and so I really would respectfully request considering continuing that position. And then the survey party chiefs, for layoff avoidance, I didn't think we had any extra positions in the survey series. I could be wrong on that. We're here remote from our office, but I'm concerned that that may result in layoffs, and those are also half special funded, so it's only half general funded. But we wouldn't be hiring any new survey people. We would only use them if we need them to move someone for layoff avoidance. And we had in our plan already that, funding that those could work on, including a lot of street projects and wastewater.
Okay. Does CLA have any comments about that?
We don't have any, we didn't look at this one super carefully. We tried to avoid adding positions without funding. Bureau of Engineering did get many restorations. We understand Mr. Allen's concern about the future. As long as they're unfunded, and if the Bureau is able to fill it with special funds or to hold the fulfilling of those positions, 3 positions, it's...
Okay. So that's the motion, is to restore these positions without funding.
And if I could add one thing, the information we gave the CLA, this would not have resulted in a cut. I'm just concerned that there was an error in there, because when I ran the numbers, I didn't think we had any extra for survey. But I do want to say the CLA did everything completely correct with the info we gave them, and definitely want to thank you for all the hard work and all the restorations that were in there.
We're not done yet.
Okay, so motion, I'll second it, to restore these 3 positions unfunded or unfilled. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. We're going to move now back to Exhibit H. This is CD1, had some language relating to consolidation. I don't know if there's language,
Yes.
Councilwoman?
It should have circulated, if not.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we have it. And colleagues, it's titled Attachment A, Instruction. All right, do you want to talk briefly about this?
I feel like I talked about it. I'd rather
Okay,
hear the
yes.
questions.
Okay, you did. Okay, anybody else have any concerns with this amendment or want to speak to it? And this is the one that sort of gives departments and committees time to talk about consolidation. Anybody else want to speak to this?
This goes to all, for clarity, this goes to all of the consolidation?
Can you put the mic up?
Oh, sorry. This would apply to all of the consolidations proposed?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
So what happens in the absence of this? That's different. Because right now we're going to have to look on is this just laying out the plan for how we go about this, or what would be, I'm a little confused by, because I like the idea that we're considering all these things. I don't know what we're changing specifically.
Councilwoman, this is written to say amend instruction 11A. 11A, I believe, is the Economic Workforce Development Department consolidation with CIFD. It's not all consolidations. Am I understanding that
Yes, so
correctly?
this would be to replace.
So we're only talking about the EWDD CIFD consolidation, correct?
No, I'm talking about all of our departments going through a consolidation process.
So there's 2 instructions. The first has to do with EWDD and that consolidation. And then the second paragraph through the end talks about a process for all potential consolidations, correct?
No, this is this is supposed to be a directive to consolidate and do that process for all of our departments. It'll replace the instruction around the CIFD, EWDD, YDD consolidation. This is not to say that it doesn't happen. This is just to say all of these consolidation conversations need to happen and move forward. Even ones that are not listed in here. There's only some listed in here, but there's others that are popping up. I know planning and building and safety, there's been conversations around some responsibilities, you know, public works, our sidewalks. So this is to give our departments time to do that, leaning out in consolidation.
Councilwoman, I think I understand better now. So let me try it again. I think you have two thought processes here. The first one, I hope this is correct. I think the first one really does truly relate to EWDD and CIFD. And then you have a second instruction that applies in general overall, that you want departments to review the possibility of doing further consolidations and reviewing their work programs and evaluating what else that can be done to eliminate duplicated services and that nature. So I think, so the second one, the second paragraph, Madam Chair, I believe is an instruction to be added to Exhibit H. The first one, amending instruction 11A, is to put the EWDD CIFD consolidation on hold until further reports come back to you to effectuate it or to review it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, I think there's two pieces here. So the first one, if you want to take that one up first, is relative to the EWDD CIFD consolidation.
And is there a shot clock on it, on the first one? You know, or some, I mean, something, because the second one is big, right? That's everything, everybody, that might be, maybe that's the budget commission that we're talking about might take a whack at that too, and that's looking at a lot of different things. But the first one deals with a very specific proposal that the mayor had, right? And so I would think, and I mean, I like what you're doing, but I think on the first one, if we're taking that seriously, we should have a much shorter time clock on the first one than on the broad question of all departments and, you know, possible consolidations and that kind of thing, because that's a big bite.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So the second piece of it does have a timeline. It says, additionally, all city departments must provide a report with the following information to the Budget and Finance Committee by August 1st, 2025. That, like, let's say the CIFD consolidation, like that is done much faster, right? Like they do that in a couple months, then that would be brought up to us to approve it. We don't have to wait till August to approve all these consolidations. I'm sure that they will come in phases. And so that's what, if you want a clearer time, we can do that. But I think with the timeline we set up, it doesn't say you have, like, this is when it's due, it's by this date. So they could do it sooner if they'd like, if they finish faster.
Yeah. I just think that we should put, to take the mayor's proposal seriously, we should put that first and foremost, that needs to be evaluated right away. And then the other ones, which are going to be more complicated, you know,
Definitely.
You know, that those. So I would put something on the mayor's proposed consolidation that we need to, you know, if we're taking that seriously, we need to have that a short timeline on that in terms of getting the information back and effectuating that. Maybe, I don't know, 60 days.
Yeah, I want to sort of echo what you're saying. My concern is that there's no time frame for the first part. And, you know, my recommendation is that we continue to move forward with the mayor's proposed consolidation, understanding that it's going to take time to figure it all out anyway, but this isn't then effectuated in the budget, rather than sort of punting on it, knowing how things go around here. It might take a year anyway, even with the recommendation and effectuation in the budget. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Councilmember Blumenfield, do you have a friendly amendment to adjust the timeline?
Well, I don't necessarily need to adjust timeline for the overall thing about getting information.
No, but the first part. Do you have a friendly amendment for the first part?
Well, how does the first part is the mayor's proposal, right? So we say 60 days to figure that out, and then the rest of it gets booted till August to get in reports and information, something like that?
That works for me.
May I, Madam Chair? Councilmember Hernandez, would you consider bifurcating this so that it doesn't run together and we can make some decisions about time? Thank you.
That or the friendly amendment to get it done quicker, either or.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. In the mayor's proposed budget, where she proposes consolidation of EWDD, are there positions that she eliminated that she assumed a cost savings on in her proposed budget that we are now messing with?
No, there is no savings assumed.
Okay. So this is
Strictly policy.
net neutral in terms of the cost implications of this. It's just a
Right.
question of how long. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. And I just want to say that the language we have in the first section is actually located in attachment A. When you go to the CIFD, aging, EWDD, and YDD line, that is the exact language that's right here. So we're not proposing anything different than what's actually in this document. So I'm open to a timeline to do this, but. It's on attachment A on the first page, actually, the last line. And it's the last sentence in that box. And that's that first section. That's that first section.
Here, right here?
So I guess I would second Councilmember Blumenfield's suggestion that we add a timeline around that with a date by which they have to come back with what the plan's going to be so that it actually is effectuated per the mayor's proposal.
That works for me.
Okay, what do you feel comfortable with?
We have
And-
Abby here. Could she give us, Abby, could you come to the table, please? Is that possible? See if you
Sure.
can give us an estimate. Thank
Sure.
you.
And then we got to keep moving, team.
While she's coming up, I would think maybe we put it for.
Can't hear you, sorry.
I said, while she's coming up, I'm just thinking out loud that for this one, we could put it as like July 15th, so you have a couple of months now, July 15th, so that we have the whole thing when we come back from recess for the mayor's proposal, and then everything else is on the lower timeline, something like that, but.
Agreed, and also just want to say that that doesn't give us enough time to engage the community members that have been here present, giving public comment, particularly the youth, who just want time. And so if we do a quick turnaround, as long as there's time to engage our community members on it, I'm okay. But if we need to add more time to just have those conversations, then that's what I would hope for, that we could do.
Thank you. I agree that we do need to engage with stakeholders, not just the young people that were here advocating for the Youth Development Department, but the contractors that are part of the workforce development system and the other systems. And we would do that. We would have that commitment. I think what would be helpful, if I can be really honest, is guidance and clear direction on if we are moving forward with the consolidation, then that would create an opportunity to engage with my fellow colleagues from the other departments so that we can come back with solid recommendations. That's what I would want some clarification on, so that we can then have those open and transparent conversations with all of the impacted departments so that we can come back with a set of recommendations in terms of where we can eliminate redundancies, where we can streamline our processes. We have to have those conversations open as one city family to have a very robust conversation and set of recommendations for all of you. If the direction is to still come back independently and come back with reasons for or why not the consolidation will work or will not work, then that's a very different set of deliverables that I would not be able to fulfill.
I don't think it's the latter. I think it's the first part.
So in terms of timeline, I think that what Councilmember Bloomfield just laid out is realistic, is coming back with a report sometime in July, and having conversations as soon as council comes back from recess. It is important for any department to have final recommendations adopted before we start working on our budgets. Our budgets are due, as you all know, for next year. We almost start budgeting or planning for those budgets almost immediately. So we want to make sure that we give ourselves ample time to then submit a comprehensive budget, which would be due around middle of November.
Okay, so then the proposal, I think, would be to move forward for a July or July 15th date, so that you have the plan of action in place and you engage stakeholders so that we have it when we come back from recess. And then for all the other consolidations that could possibly happen, we would be pursuing the language here to get information in August, and we know that that's going to be a process. And I might even add, we can consider, although we don't have to do it right now, that the commission that Councilwoman Yaroslavsky is talking about, they may be able to spend some time on this too. This is the outside budget group that is going to look at properties and other things.
Great.
This is a good thing to get a fresh set of eyes to look at.
Okay.
So is that clear as mud, or is that?
You have what you need, Madam CLA?
We'll go back and listen to the tape.
I'm sorry, can you speak into the mic?
We'll go back and listen to the tape. I think we get it.
Okay.
I think on the first instruction, we will be adding a date for the report to come back so that there is adequate time to engage in the stakeholders. And number two, you want to be able to consider that later in the year, perhaps after the recess, with reports from the various departments to, I personally think August 1st is a little challenging for us. So if that slips a little bit, I hope you guys understand. But you're asking for a lot of work from many departments, and if it's going to be a good report, it should be thoughtful, and we need some time to respond. So,
But there's two very different tracks.
yes, two different tracks, sir.
You know, one is basically what the mayor has put out there, and then
Right.
us engaging stakeholders and figuring out how to make that work.
Right.
And then the other is broader and more sort of creative, looking at lots of different
And
pieces.
that's the date that I said would be a little bit more challenging for departments to do that.
Okay. Let's vote on that.
May I just add one more
Sure.
comment? Sorry, Chairman. Just to add, so we talk about our small businesses, right? We have our small cannabis businesses. I'm probably going to push to explore keeping part of our economic development arm separate from the workforce, right? Like they have workforce centers, but we need that piece to support them in different ways. So I just want to uplift that I would love to figure out how we continue to support our small businesses and make more money off of the real estate that we have. So that's all, but thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Okay, are you voting for the complete amendment, or are you taking it in
I don't think
parts?
we need to bifurcate it. We just, as amended.
Okay. So, Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt? Yes. Councilmember McCosker?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank
Motion
you.
carries.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on now to attachment A. The first one was something I had asked for, an instruction to move the Office of Procurement from CAO to BCA. I understand there are some sensitivities there, and I'm going to rescind that request. I do think, though, we need to continue to move programmatic functions to departments as opposed to elected offices or our CAO. Okay? Do we need to talk about that, or are we good moving on? Okay, so I'm withdrawing that. Also, I'm going to hold off, I can hold off on the instruction to move the Office of Petroleum Administration to the Planning Department, consistent with my other comments around exploring these policy decisions in the appropriate committees, in this case, in Energy and Environment. All right? C, next up is the question of clarity on zoning review versus Development Services Bureau. Madam CLA, there was some confusion, probably generated by me, about what we wanted to do here. So I would like to see the transfer of the zoning review positions to the City Planning Department effective July 1. I understand there's an MOA in development, but we know the departments are already working together to effectuate this. So I want the report to be clear that we expect recommendations 1 and 2 from Memo 152 to be included. I think this will help with our efforts to have consolidated, more effective customer service around the development process. Colleagues, questions? Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, would you accept our additional request for a review just on the use of the fund?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Does anyone have thoughts, questions, concerns? Okay, Madam Clerk, can we vote on this?
Yes. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Next, so I asked that we add an instruction here in attachment A, which relates to some of what my colleague, Councilwoman Hernandez, has raised as we seek to restore services and positions. So I'd like to instruct the CAO to report back to the Budget and Finance Committee before issuing the first financial status report on alternative savings that could be applied to restore eliminated or filled positions subject to layoff. So come to the committee before it's issued. Okay? Do we need to vote on that? Does anyone want to say anything about that? Thoughts? It would instruct the CEO to report back to the Budget and Finance Committee before issuing the first FSR on alternative savings that could be applied to restore eliminated and or filled positions subject to layoff. Okay, great. Can we vote on that?
Yes. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wonderful. Next up is GCP, reviewing the cuts. I moved the questions on GCP restorations to the end. So here we will consider an additional cut that Mr. McCosker proposed, which was to cut the immigration integration line item from GCP.
I'll withdraw it.
You're withdrawing it. Okay. Anyone want to reintroduce it? All right. No takers. So we're going to move along to attachment C. Interim housing funds. This is moving funds out of the UB back to LAHSA for non-alliance beds of approximately $13 million. Councilwoman Hernandez raised concerns about the turnaround time on contracts and amendments and processing money.
Must have been asleep.
Do you want to speak to it again, Councilwoman?
I was struggling.
Just want to add, thank you, Chairwoman. Just want to add that we're not adding new money, we're not moving any money that's not already there. This is money that exists, but just making it accessible so they don't have to hop through more hoops to get it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to be a contrarian and say I'm going to be a no on this. This is only 6 months of money in the UB. There are 6 months of funding already there for everyone to effectuate the contracts that they need, and this gives us some control and oversight on interim housing spending. My preference is to keep it at the UB, and we can move it out of the UB in the first FSR, or even earlier if needed, but just to give us some oversight of this money. So I'm going to be a no. Comments, questions, thoughts? Okay, can we vote on this?
Yes. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
No.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
No?
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
No.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, we're going to move on to attachment G. There's 3 under attachment G. The first one is CD3, request for a senior project coordinator without funding. Councilmember Blumenfield, do you want to remind us of this one? Okay. And I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hernandez, I don't have a page number.
That's attachment
G.
Page 1.
Page 1.
All right, this is the Innovation and Performance Commission, and there is funding in the, that's rolling over that could help with this, that could basically do this position. It's a commission that's, I know we're not going to be adding money to them. They still have some funding left, and they do a lot of good work besides just spending money that's for the innovation fund, but they also work with departments to create innovation, to create savings, to create efficiencies. They existed prior to ever being, before I changed them to the Innovation and Performance Commission, they were just the Performance Commission. And they didn't have this extra role of basically grant making. And so in some ways it goes back, but if the mayor's proposal eliminates them completely by putting this position back in, they can still operate as a commission.
So was the savings or the carryover, was that, Mr. Szabo, just a question for you, was that extra money swept? Just want to make sure we're not spending money we don't have.
There's some money that was pending. Yeah, there was money that was pending.
I don't have the actual amount, but there is some money available. It wasn't all swept.
It wasn't all swept.
It was not all swept.
There's plenty more than this position would be.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Thank you.
Right. So we expect there'll be between 300 and 300,000 to 850,000 remaining. So that would be sufficient to cover the cost of the position if you restore the position.
Okay.
But we would recommend that position be restored with funding reduced from that line item.
Okay, is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember McCosker, did you have, okay. All right, anybody else? Okay. I think we can vote on that.
Okay.
Do you have what you need, Madam CLA?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Councilmember Blumenfield, you're up again. This has to do with CLA reporting on all programs that can be administered by other school boards. This is still attachment G.
Oh, not by school board.
Sorry.
And this is just we talked about this concept a lot in budget, and this basically is getting a report back, which is that there's a lot of things that we do as a city that other jurisdictions really should be doing, whether it's the county or the school board or others. Philanthropy, and this is not judging or picking any of those, but it's adding an instruction to CLA to report back on all programs within the city that can be within other jurisdictions in order to identify additional cost savings moving forward. So it's a special study essentially. No cost.
Okay. I like it. Can we vote on that?
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt.
Yes.
Councilmember Kosker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Next up is also an attachment G, Councilwoman Hernandez. This is mirror language on police overtime reporting to BNF. I think we effectuated this, but I just want to confirm. We did that. Okay, great. So we don't need to vote on that. Or do we? You want us to vote on that? Adding it in? No. Okay, it was an instruction.
We got it.
Great, so that's it.
Actually,
Oh.
there's one more thing.
No, there's one more.
Okay. Two more things.
There's actually a couple of things.
No, I know, I
Andrea?
mean, not it entirely, but
Yeah,
it for
because
the?
Andrea's got a couple of corrections
Okay.
that she needs to make, and then you need to go back to your bucket.
Right, no, I know we're not completely done, but now we're adding in. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go to page 19.
Okay.
It's just a small change. On the last, well, the last diamond on the page under staff realignment and restoration, the first entry, restore 9 months funding and resolution authority for 3 positions. We actually want to delete 1 street lighting engineer, and that would bring the expenditure total from 1.087. We would replace that number with 0.818.
Delete funding.
One street lighting electrician?
Yeah, it's a technical change, and there will be an associated reduction in the offset because we determined that the offset is not available. So,
Okay.
which is the reason for the reduction in the add back, and the offset will also be reduced.
Okay.
And then I think we have one more, Exhibit H.
This is related to some positions that were added, restored for personnel. There was an accompanying Exhibit H instruction that was left out, and it would read, request the city attorney to prepare and present an ordinance amending Los Angeles Administrative Code Section 5.344 to allow the city employees ride-sharing trust fund to reimburse for the cost of positions supporting the city ride-sharing and parking program.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker.
I apologize. Could I go back to G and entertain one more amendment to one of the existing instructions under other reports? Very last page of G, add other reports. And it is in the middle of the pack, actually it's number 4 of 7. It says, instruct the fire department, the CLA, and the CAO to report on potential organizational changes that could create efficiencies in the fire department. These changes should include, but not be limited to, actually there's a typo, and analysis. But to add before that, just add this. Staffing the 200 engine series with 4 rather than 5 firefighters. Just a report on going on the 200 engines from 5 to 4. And then the rest of it would remain the same.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else, Madam CLA?
No, I think
Before we
that's
move
it.
into what we're adding back in?
So these are all fine.
Okay.
All right, okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, just a comment before you move into the next thing.
Okay. So I just want to go over again the funding we identified to cut. 1 million was freed up for moving DV funding to the con plan. 3.265 from building decarb, 3 million LAPD UB, and then an additional 622,000 from LAPD UB for EBH overtime. That total, by my math, is 7.887 million. All right, colleagues, I have the following areas listed as potential for restoration.
Excuse me, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
yes.
When we made a technical change on page 19, at the bottom diamond, we went from a 1.057 to 0.818. That gave us 239,000. Where do we put that? Is that in your number? Andrea?
I'm sorry.
Remember we made the technical change on page 19, the bottom diamond
Yes.
on staff realignment? We went
Yes.
from 1.057 to 8.18?
Yes.
And so that gave us 239. Where is that, where did that money go? When we made the adjustment?
Is that available?
Oh, for that one position, what would we, well, we wouldn't be saving anything. It's Prop A funded. We said it was going to be Prop A funded, but there's no room under Prop A to pay for it. So we're just eliminating the position and eliminating the special fund that goes along with it. So there's no general
So
fund.
there's no, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just,
I like how you think, though.
just watching.
Like how you think.
All right, so colleagues, I have the following areas listed as potential for restoration. I'm going to wait until Councilmember Blumenfield comes back before we start voting, but I just want to add in one additional one, which y'all can take or leave. Additional funding for tree trimming contracting, which I know my constituents would love that. And we could, anyway, the proposal is to do $600,000 for tree trimming. That would be 200 trees per district. The cost is about $200 a tree, so put it at the end, you can vote on it last. Okay, and it looks like we have 8.58 million, no, it's gonna be higher when we add minus. Yes,
I'm sorry, you said 8.85?
8.58 million in total potential new expenditures. So I think it's gonna be higher with my
Councilwoman,
tree
can
trimming,
we
yes?
can we get those numbers? I actually have a slightly lower number, which is actually lower than the money that you've identified, which means that we can be done if this number, if my tally is correct. So
My
what
team
we
did the
have-
math. I'm throwing them under the bus on this.
Yes. So what?
Somebody did the math here.
So the add backs that you have discussed so far are the Represent LA at 1 million, the fire supply maintenance at 2.457, the ABH, the Bridge Home designated team at 3 million, and the LA Best graffiti monies at 622 million. 622,000. It's late. I think that comes out to about 7.079.
But what about grid and tree trimming?
So the tree trimming is just the additional one, so up until that time, so 7.679.
Okay, did you have grid in there? You didn't mention grid.
Yes. Let me just add that up again.
No, I shouldn't.
Unless somebody's added it for me.
1.967.
2.457 plus 3 plus 0.55 plus 0.72 plus 0.6.
But let's wait for the math.
No, it's, did you guys add it? 1 plus 2.457 plus 3 plus 0.55 plus. Which one is that? Oh, we're removing grid? Oh, okay, then I beg your pardon then. So do you guys have a number? Okay, nobody has a number? Let me see. 2, 3, 6, 22, 1. Okay, you have it is 1.96. Can you add that? Oh, 9.644. Do you have that? Is that 9.644?
I'm not doing math anymore.
Me either. I thought it was 550 in here.
We're trying to confirm the graffiti abatement. If it's 500,000 or 550,000?
It's 500. It's
500,000, is that okay? Okay.
So we total 9.596.
for ads.
One more time, please.
So, yes, so let me go through that list. You have LA Fire Department at 2.457. You have the Abridged Home Care Team at 3 million. You have the graffiti abatement restoration at 500,000. LA's Best at 72,000. Represent LA at 1 million. Tree trimming contracts at 600,000. And the grid restoration at 1.967. And that totals to 9.596 million.
So we need to cut what?
You have to cut about just under 2 million. Can you give me the number? Yeah.
Well, so does anybody who has something here want to, who's put it on here, suggest cutting it by a bit? Because if we all cut all of these by a bit, we could do all of it. Is anybody open to that? Councilmember McCosker?
I will begin by saying one of these is not like the others. One's an ad, and the rest are restoring cuts. Fire is an ad, and the rest are restoring cuts. That being said, I would split the difference. I would offer to split the difference on the 1.9 restoration on grid. I would cut that in half and do a restoration of half of that amount, which means it takes a smaller haircut than everyone else on the GCP. But I think the rest should be out of the fire.
Fair enough.
Okay. Y'all doing the math over there? It has to correspond to actual
So can you
position amounts.
run that by us one more time?
Sure, so Mr. McCosker's proposing to cut the grid cost for 1.967 in half,
Let's make it a restoration of half that amount.
a savings of about, 950, 80. And then the proposal would be that the remainder come out of the new fire mechanics that are additive to what we've already put in for fire mechanics. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Cheryl says close enough for government work, so. Yes, so that would total, again, and I will run through these numbers again in case anybody wants to check me. So the LAFD new money would be 1.732. The Abridged Home Care Plus team, 3 million. Graffiti abatement restoration, 500,000. LA's Best, 72,000. Represent LA, 1 million. Tree trimming, 600,000. Grid restoration, 984,000.
We'll make it a cool
And
million.
that will total 7.
Let's make it a cool million on the grid.
Then you, and then
Good,
you
close
want to
enough for
reduce
government
fire? You want to reduce fire, sir?
Yes.
So then that would mean that grid would be at 1 million and fire would be at 1.716.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Would you take a friendly amendment and take that 600 from tree trimming and put it back on fire?
No. It's a totally different use.
Well, can we go for a vote?
Sure.
Well, then I move to remove the 600,000 on tree trimming. think, Madam Chair, you got to call the vote.
Can we vote on that?
Yes. Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
No.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
No.
Councilmember Hutt?
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. All right, so we have perhaps a balanced budget that we need to vote on this?
Yes, so based on these last items, as amended, if you adopt this as amended, then yes, you will have balanced this budget.
Okay, it's my understanding, CAO, Mr. Zabo, needing to report back on the fire positions. Is that accurate?
The funding and for the fire ads are associated with positions. So if you just approve the funding, we can report back on the specific positions that would be added to the budget before final adoption. We can do that for full council.
We'll work with the fire department and the CAO and come up with that list of the highest priorities within that 2.45. And if the focus is on the mechanics, et cetera, then we can certainly focus on that.
You'll be in that category that was
Yes, there is a
suggested.
number of things that were in there.
Right.
Thank you. Can we also get included in that what positions did not get funded? And just so that in the FSR and other moments, we can bring those up to if there's money to be able to restore those as well or add them in?
Sure, we'll include that in the write-up as to which ones were not included.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to vote on this as amended?
I hope
Madam CLA?
Yes, I hope so.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to send out SOS signals.
Okay, could we vote on the report as amended by today's action?
Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Hutt?
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, colleagues. This has been a long process. I hope you'll indulge me just for one more minute. I want to thank a bunch of people. First, CLA Sharon So and her staff, Karen Kalfayan, Matthias Farfan, Andrea Galvin, Cheryl Benares, and Josh Drake, and so many more, basically your whole team. Thank you all for all your work, and I'm sorry if I'm not mentioning you. CAO Matt Zabo and his staff, Jacob Wexler, Ben Seha, Janelle Irving, Brian O, Mary Lee Oriana Farias, Vanessa Vigil, Jennifer Lopez, and Nick Campbell, and everybody else who I'm not mentioning in the CAO's office. Our city clerk team, Andy Morales, Luigi Verano, Rita Moreno, our ITA team, and the sergeants that staffed us on all these many late nights. The mayor's budget team, Matt Hale, Bernice Hollins, Anna Hovasapian, and the whole mayor's budget team. The city attorney, Tanea Isagayer and Jonathan Grote. And my staff, Aaron Bromagem, Rebecca Rasmussen, who says she's never going to do this again pregnant. Leo Dobby, Haley Martinez, Day Levine, Zach Warma, Jocelyn Tabata, Kristen Pauling, Andrew DeBlock, and Jarrett Thompson. And my chief of staff, did I say Erin Bromagem?
You can say her twice.
I'm not seeing it here. Oh, there she is. All right, twice. I can't, unfortunately, read out every general manager's name, but we appreciate each and every one of you, and thank you for your work and collaboration to get us to this point where we were able to restore all these positions. Members, I'm sure you have your own list of people you'd like to thank, so I'm going to turn over to you, Vice Chair Blumenfield.
All right, I will start my list, and I'm going to start it with you, Madam Chair. You've taken this on in a really difficult year, and you did a great job of bringing us all together. And you know, we all have different ideas, different values, but we work together as a team. So I want to thank every member of this committee, but especially you really had to step up and do doing it for the first time. Also, of course, everyone you mentioned, CAO, CLA, mayor's team, city attorney, all the departments. And I also wanted to specifically call out my team because my staff really digs in on the budget stuff. Everybody gets involved, starting with Jeff Jacoberger, Semi Park, Elizabeth N., Maddie Terrace, John Popach, Safi Loden, Bernard Hernandez, Lisa Hansen, Miriam Lopez. My entire team really digs in because the budget is about everything, and so everyone has a part in it. So I thank all of them. I thank you. I thank everyone here.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt, anything you want to say?
Yeah, sure.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a delightful experience, Madam Chair, and I feel like you put, no, I'm not being facetious. I feel like a lot of energy from everyone went into making our city a better place. I want to thank you, your team, my colleagues, your teams. I want to thank the CLA, the CAO, all the general managers that, brought their best thoughts and pencils to the table so that we can make a difference. The mayor, her team, and I want to thank Team Hutt, Andrew Westhall, Kimani Black, Emily Adset, Ricardo Carlos, for making sure that, we're all getting our work done, and the city attorney's office. And did I forget anybody? City clerk, city attorney, all the cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCosker.
I didn't know we were going to do this.
You can skip it.
No, I want to,
Ungrateful bastard.
I want to congratulate you, Madam Chair. Really is a tough budget, and your leadership has been extraordinary. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate everybody on this committee. These are hard choices, and we don't, and I know none of us take it lightly, but I think it's important for us to stand and do our job. I do want to thank my staff, of course. Anissa does a great job supporting me, as does Jeannie and Adam, and the rest of you guys listening, you know who you are. Thank you very much for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I also want to start off by thanking you. I think we were in very rough waters and very different landscape when we started this process. And now there seems to be some light between the clouds, and that was thanks to your leadership. I also want to thank you for your patience with me, all my colleagues, for letting me ask all the questions and letting me learn this process. I'm grateful for that opportunity, and I don't take it lightly. To our city family, to all the general managers, to the mayor's team and the mayor, thank you so much for all of us working together to get through this crisis. I remained hopeful because I know that when we come together, we get to the solutions. And so I think we've done a phenomenal job, and it's been under your stewardship, Chairwoman, so thank you. And I also want to thank my team because I couldn't do this without them at all. Lyric Kelkar, Helene Rotolo, Ashley Reyes, Adrian Salcedo, Jose Rodriguez, Eric Gades, Ben Casorla, Helen Campbell, Kyle Hickey, Chelsea Luchtenberg, and Rondea Fishburne. Everybody came together on my team to give us the time to prepare and to really learn this process, so I couldn't do any of this without them. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. A final thank you to,
One thing, Madam Chair, we didn't thank IT for making sure that, our mics worked and the message gets out to the rest of the world, so thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thanks, everyone.
our sergeants who make sure that we're in here and that we're in order. Thank you so
Always.
May I also add one more? Our translators.
And translators.
Our translators. Thank you so much for being
Everybody.
here with us today. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
the whole time.
And a final big thank you to 4 colleagues. Tim,
I just
go
wanna-
ahead, Mr. McCosker.
I just want to thank Sharon and her team. I mean, it was really remarkable. With the mess that we put together a week ago and all of the hard work that you went through and the clarity with which you and your team, your entire team, have been able to explain what you put together and how you created a set of tables and analyses that put us in a position to really spend this time so effectively. So I just want to thank you, Sharon.
All right. And I should have done this at the top. A final thank you to the 4 of you colleagues for being so collaborative and thoughtful and kind to each other and patient with me and my team. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but this meeting is adjourned.